she has advised us to look for how we can balance between development and environment protection. How do we balance that? I think that's a question in this auditorium. We need to find a way how we move forward to balance that. Thank you so much. And at this juncture, may I invite the GIZ COSUP Head of Programs, Constance Ricken, to come and address us. Please welcome Ricken with a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. The State Minister of Environment, the Member of Parliament present, the representatives of ministries present, the development partners present, USNet Board Chair and your members, the Executive Director, USNet, all CSOs present, and all invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Constance Ricken. I am the head of the governance program, better known as CAS program. I am very pleased to be here. It is a great honor and pleasure that we as GIZ take part in this year's National WASH CSO Forum, which is taking place for the 12th time. As GIZ CASP, this is our 5th time participating and contributing to this forum as a key partner to USNet through our long-standing partnership since 2018. Maybe I'd like to share with you, when I arrived 2018 here in Uganda, it was the first time I participated in the CSO WASH Forum. And it's really a pleasure for me to be here now the 5th time. Thank you very much for receiving me here. This year's theme, the nexus between WASH and climate change, building WASH climate resilient communities in Uganda, is more than timely. The impact of climate change is heavily impacting our lives globally. Almost every day, we are faced with the destruction and infrastructure, including but not limited to homes, health facilities, schools, road networks, and agricultural land in different parts of the world due to extreme weather conditions, flooding, and strong winds and storms. As we are all aware, this as well includes the access to safe, clean, and sustainable water resources, which is becoming more challenging due to long dry spells, deforestation, and destruction of wetlands in the country. Safe access to water as well as sanitation poses a challenge to a large section of Uganda's population, especially for girls, women, and other vulnerable groups, which are likely to deteriorate further. I like to underline this as well, as my colleague already have done. There is need to rethink and re-evaluate our current practice, behavior to mitigate this increasing risk of climate change we are already facing today. There is need to explore climate adaptation practices for sustainable development to be able to manage the increasing climate change impacts. Therefore, I am content that USNet decided to emphasize this important connection between WASH and climate change. This year's theme will provide a platform for further examine on what can be done by various stakeholders to build WASH climate resilient communities in Uganda, and to give room for discussion on how to ensure the attainment of inclusive, equitable, and sustainable WASH for all. As we concreate this year's forum, the CSO performance report for the financial year 2021-2022 will be presented by UVASnet. Just as the previous years, civil society organizations have displayed again their strong commitment and the important role of the sector through the technical, financial contributions during the past financial years. My gratitude goes to all CSOs that reported to USNet. I strongly encourage all CSOs, irrespective of their membership to UVASnet, to report the activities and investments to allow harmonization and coordination with the sector. I equally appreciate UVASNet's strong commitment and efforts in compiling this information and important reference document to all stakeholders in the sector. With that, I recognize and appreciate all UVASNet members and sector stakeholders who have contributed to the realization of this year's CSO WASH Forum and wish you a successful deliberation, active participation, and input to the discussions by all stakeholders. I'm looking forward to the outcome of this year's event discussion to guide all of us further on how WASH, climate resilient communities in Uganda, can be further enhanced. Thank you very much.
Let us give Ricken another round of applause. Thank you so much, Ricken, GIZ, and the CASU program for what you're doing. And we have Madam Chairperson of the board and the ED. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an online audience that is following us, participating with us. And at this juncture, let me invite a presentation on the global perspective of climate change and WASH Nexus from our online presenter who's joining us right now.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so you can hear me? Good morning.
Yes, we can, Jose.
Okay, perfect. I guess the audience can hear me as well in the venue. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for us at Sanitation and Water for All to be part of the opening of this very important forum. My name is Jose Gesti, and I'm climate advisor to the Secretariat of the Sanitation and Water for All Partnership. And I'm joining together with my colleague Anjani Kapoor, who is leading on the Sanitation and Water for All coordination with civil society. Again, it's a great pleasure for us to be part of this very important forum that discusses and bring us together to discuss and learn and advance on the interface of climate change and water supply, sanitation and hygiene. So we have prepared just 2 slides to help us with the fact that we are not with you in the room. Let me please share this presentation that I hope that you can see. So we've been tasked to do our opening remarks in relation to the global perspective of climate change and the WAS Nexus. And one of the things that we are very happy to discuss with you today, and that we believe is been instrumental in Uganda in helping you advance with the integration of climate change, climate action, and the strategic views and advances on water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, which is this very easy to follow flowchart or guidance, right? That leads into the integration of both climate planning and water supply, sanitation, and hygiene planning. We understand that civil society in Uganda has been instrumental in putting this approach forward, leading to great results, as we are discussing already this morning, which is crystallizing water supply, sanitation, and hygiene into the Uganda nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. But we wanted to come back to this flowchart because while advances are important in Uganda, we think that there is a good time now to reflect on where you are and to see how can you continue moving forward. When we explain to our country partners, that includes different constituencies, including many of you in civil society, we emphasize that to work with the integration of climate action and water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, we need to start with a broader scope of mind, right?
Recording in progress.
And we have to work outside our comfort zone, which normally is obviously working with our water supply, sanitation, and hygiene stakeholders. And we need to more and more understand who are our climate planning and climate policy counterparts. It's joining hands and working together with them that we can succeed with the integration of climate change, water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. But we need to also think about extending the scope of our work and working with as well with those managing water resources, with those working with climate scientific with the climate scientific community, with academia, those that are paying attention to the climate projections and they gather information on the climate impacts of especially in our sector. So once we have reflected and we have started to work together, is when we think it's very pertinent to do an analysis and to understand how key climate policy and climate planning documents at the country and but also at the subnational level have succeeded with the integration of water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. We normally refer to this work as a bidirectional work because while we are very interested in integrating water supply, sanitation, and hygiene into, for example, the nationally determined contribution, the national adaptation plan, and other climate change strategies, it's also true when we say it's bidirectional because we have to work in the other direction as well. And we need to integrate climate resilience into water supply, sanitation, and hygiene strategies and plans. At the global level, we have seen how this is often not the case. And we've seen that water supply and sanitation policies and strategies in many cases are outdated and they don't reflect on the real climate change risk and impacts in the country, either at national or subnational level. If this is the case, and as I say, in many cases we see that that's the reality. We really encourage and support the development of specific risk assessments that help our sector to integrate climate resilience. That's done through hazard assessment, climate hazards assessments, the exposure analysis of who and what is exposed to the different climate hazards, and understanding better the vulnerabilities of the communities. Because, and I will explain in my next slide, as when we talk about vulnerability, it's very difficult that communities that currently don't have access to water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, they will be resilient to the impacts of climate change. So understanding who and what is exposed and with what specifically, what sanitation and water supply systems are being exposed, together with the vulnerability of the communities, is going to give us all the insights that we need for the identification and operation of the right climate resilient water supply, sanitation, and hygiene solutions. It's obvious that then there are calls, and this morning previous speakers have already referred to once options have been identified and integrated into climate planning, they need to be implemented, right? They're not just to be there standing in a shelf, and they need to be implemented. And for that, in many cases, the climate and the WASH community need to join hands for doing to find where the budget allocations to make sure that priorities that have been identified are implemented. And that leads then to the final step in this flowchart, right, which is coming back to the integration of WASH into climate policy and planning, and the other way around, climate resilience into WASH strategies and plans. From our side at SWA, what we put out there, and we are aware that commitments are being made, is the mutual accountability mechanism, where we are welcoming national and subnational commitments that help us bridge WASH and climate. Then I will just move into our next slide. Over the last year, we've been working at the global level with key WASH stakeholders, and we have agreed that in some cases we haven't been able to explain at the global level what are the key priorities when it comes to the interface of climate impacts and WASH. We've been working over the last few months with the Green Climate Fund in order for them to visualize what we mean, and what are our claims, if you like, from the WASH sector. As I said, together with other key global WASH partners, we have developed this figure that you have in front of you, that try to give a little bit light to what are the priorities, and a tool for us to be able to communicate around those. So you see that what we have in the center, as it could not be otherwise, is people, right? And we have in that figure people that live in high-risk climate impacted areas. Those are all represented there, and obviously you know that in Uganda there will be a lot of people that could be placed in this center circle. And then on the left, we represent at the global level the billions of people that they are currently lacking access to safely manage water, sanitation, and hygiene services. You see that there is then an overlap, right, between those that they are lacking access and those that they are exposed to climate impacts. At that overlap, we are calling for, as a priority, the provision of new and resilient WASH services that will help the communities and the people living in this overlap to reduce their vulnerability and to be able to build adaptive capacity. On the left, we are also representing those billions that they are currently lacking access, and SDG 6.1 and 6.2 are calling for the universal access and to provide those billions of people with access. Here, we also see as a priority to build the capacity and improve governance to develop climate resilient WASH services that at the same time help reduce greenhouse gases emissions. So this is the left side of the figure, having in mind those currently lacking access. But we are also aware that there are also at the global level, and in your country as well, in Uganda, at the global level, there are billions of people already with access to safely manage water, sanitation, and hygiene. But there is another overlap, right? As there are people with access already that they are also highly exposed. At this time and for those, the priority will be upgrading existing and highly exposed wash systems. And obviously the first step will be identified who are those and what are those wash systems. For those others that they already have access to water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, the priority will be to ensure water conservation, a good use of water through wash efficient systems, and to reuse of water, to be long-term resilience through a strengthen and improve wash systems. And that includes working with governance, with coordination, monitoring, implementation arrangements, etc. So I hope you find this figure useful and it leads into some thinking on how can you continue working in Uganda with this interface of climate change and water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Assuming you heard that, that is how people are appreciating you here in Kampala in this auditorium. Thank you so much for your presentation. And so at this juncture, before we get into a panel discussion, let me invite, and please let us welcome with a round of applause, Wilberforce Kimezere from UNICEF to take us through climate change and WASH Nexus overview. Wilberforce, sir.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, Mr. Kamara, and all the members of the civil society organization. And thank you for inviting me. I have a presentation. I don't know who is managing the slides. Yeah, I'm going to give an overview on climate change and the WASH Nexus. My name's Wilberforce Kimezere. I work as a WASH specialist with UNICEF. The next slide. Yeah, this is the outline of the presentation. I'm going to give climate change impacts on WASH, and then approaches to combating climate change. And lastly, give examples of the mitigation and adaptation measures in climate WASH. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, as you see here, the change in global warming by 1.5 degrees may reduce the population exposed to water stress by up to 50%. So these are some of the impacts of climate change to the vulnerable people as far as WASH is concerned. And for each degree of global warming, approximately 7% of the global population is projected to be exposed to a decrease of renewable water resources of at least 20%. So these are small percent changes, but they have a big impact on WASH and also the people. The other one is that since mid-20th century, losses from flooding have increased. So as you see in Uganda, every rain season we have floods. in Mbale, in Kasese, in Bundibujo. And with increase in temperature and change in the globe, climate change, we have frequent floods. And if we don't put up some measures, the impact will keep on growing. Climate change is also likely to increase the frequency of droughts in the dry regions. So the frequency of droughts in Karamoja and other areas are likely to increase due to climate change. And climate change negatively affects freshwater ecosystems, posing risks to quality of drinking water. Mr. Kamara, I think we have talked about the moving of where we get water from Gaba to Katosi. So climate change is affecting the quality of water. So if Katosi is affected, I don't know where we shall move from. We shall move to maybe to Nyenga, and we shall keep on moving, looking for fresh drinking water. Next slide. So understanding the impact of climate change on WASH, we have the climate effect and the hazards, and then the impact. So the decrease in precipitation, that is the decrease in rainfall, we get drought as the hazard. And the impact is the reduction in raw water supplies, reduced flows in rivers, and increased concentration of pollutants in water. And this brings a challenge to hygiene practices. The other one is again increased precipitation and severe weather. We now get floods. So either increase or decrease in precipitation, we get some hazards. That is the droughts and the floods. And here we have the increased precipitation and flooding. We have pollution of wells and inaccessibility of water sources. So when we get floods, most of our sources are flooded and they can't be accessed, or they are polluted. So we have scarcity in water, but also pollution of the water when we have floods. So increase in temperature, we get heat waves. These are not common in Uganda and in Africa, but this we find that the infrastructure is damaged, and also we find that water, fresh water, is also contaminated. We can move to the next slide, please. So approaches and framework to combating climate change. So we have a framework which was developed by the Global Water Partnership and UNICEF, whereby we try to look at how we develop solutions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So the first point is the risk assessment of WASH, where here we try to understand the problem. And then thereafter we identify and appraise options. This is where we try to look at the risks and then try to look at the options for mitigation and adaptation. And thereafter we develop solutions which can be implemented and monitored. So this is the global framework, and as UNICEF, we have been supporting the Ministry of Water and Environment to carry out the risk assessment for climate change in Uganda, and we are finalizing the document which we shall share, and then thereafter we shall try to support the ministry to develop solutions which will fit into the national adaptation plans. Next, please. So this framework basically looks at the hazards, and these hazards can be drought, floods, or water pollution. And we also look at the exposures. The exposures basically they are the infrastructure and also the populations who are affected. And then we look at the vulnerability. The vulnerability, these are the people who are exposed to these hazards. And then we look at the capacity. the capacity of government and the communities to mitigate and adapt to this climate change. So if the exposure is high and the vulnerability is high and the capacity is very low, that means that the risk to climate change is very high. So you can see the risk is hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So climate risk assessments basically looks at these areas of exposure, vulnerability, and capacity to develop and also implement climate change measures. So the framework is all about that. Next slide, please. This slide basically looks at mitigating and adapting climate change so that we reduce on the climate risk by looking at the exposure. And the exposure basically we look at the infrastructure and developing sustainable solutions, and also looking at technologies which are low carbon technology. And then when we come to vulnerability, basically, we are looking at the adaptation. Here, when we talk about WASH, we are looking at rainwater harvesting. We are looking at increased water storage and also conservation and efficient use and reuse of water. So when we talk about capacity, basically we are talking about governance, plans and social networks, but also behavior change of the affected community. So basically, climate risk, we are trying to play with the exposure, vulnerability, and capacity. So to increase the capacity and lower the vulnerability and also exposure. Next slide, please. So the objectives of climate resilience WASH, basically we have 3 objectives. The first objective is to ensure that WASH infrastructure and services are sustainable, safe, and resilient to climate-related risks. So here we are looking at the exposure as an objective. And then the other objective is to ensure that climate resilient WASH systems contribute to reduce vulnerability and build community resilience to adapt to the impacts of climate change. So the second objective, basically, we are looking at the vulnerability. And then lastly is to advance towards a low carbon WASH sector. So as civil society organizations, if we look at these 3 objectives, I think we shall be moving towards adapting and also mitigating effect of climate change on WASH. So the framework basically looks at interventions at the national level, whereby we are looking at the enabling environment, which are conducive to climate resilience WASH services and communities. So you have been hearing about the NDC, the NAP. All these are policies which are developed by government at the national level so that they support the adaptation and mitigation of climate change on WASH. So we have now the subnational level. These are basically the water basement level, where we look at catchments and sub-catchments. Basically here we are looking at water resources which are monitored and managed considering climate risk towards services. And lastly, we look at projects and also at the local level. Here we look at access, improved access to climate resilience WASH infrastructure, but also we look at behavior change and good governance at the community and local level. So the framework basically guides in the development of climate resilience WASH at the national, sub-national, and also at the local government and community level. So some of the examples for mitigation and adaptation as I wind up. Next slide, please. So when we talk about mitigation in WASH, here we are looking at renewable energy using hydropower and solar energy. We look at reforestation. We look at waste minimization. We look at composting of organic waste. So these are some of the mitigation measures. When we talk about the adaptation measures, basically we look about expanding rainwater harvesting, increasing water storage and conservation, and also efficient and effective use and reuse of water and waste. So these are some of the mitigation and adaptation measures in climate WASH. I think that is the last slide. I thank you very much for listening to me. I'm just sharing some of this knowledge because climate change is a new area, but I think at the end of these meetings, which all of us will have an improvement and enhancement in our knowledge on climate and WASH. Thank you very much.
Give Wilberforce another round of applause. There are three words that he kept on repeating, and I think, in my view, those are very important. One was adaptation, another one is mitigation, and resilience. In other words, we have to adapt, or else we perish. A friend of mine has written a book called Adapt or Die. So I thank you, Wilberforce, to remind us that we have to be resilient, we have to adapt, and we have to find out mitigation, because climate change is here, and it is happening because of our actions. So maybe we change our actions, we be resilient, or we find a way of solving the problems when they come. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a panel discussion. And the panelists will be given 3 minutes each to make their case. And I would request you to listen to them so keenly, because after that there's going to be a plenary session, whereby question and answer session, where either you agree with them or disagree with them, or maybe add value to what they will have presented. So I'll be calling them by the organization they represent. I think these seats are prepared for them. They'll come and take their seats in front here, and then each one will be given some time to make the case, and after that we shall engage them in a question and answer session. Or you may not even give a question, but just give a contribution. So may I, at this juncture, invite these representatives, the chairperson, UPF WASH, please to come and take your seat here. The chairperson, can I repeat that? Are these representatives around? Are the panelists with us in this auditorium this morning? Please put up your hand if you're here, because you have a program and you're supposed to be on the panel. I seem to have only one hand so far. Okay, you're there. All right. Let us do this. Let us have a representative from UNICEF to take your seat. A representative from NPA. A representative from Ministry of Water, IRC. Okay, if you're a panelist and maybe your name is not here, or you represent your organization, please come and take a seat here. Yes, madam. And then there'll be a moment of introduction as well. I need all my 4 panelists taking their seats here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you able to see the panelists seated this side? Okay, so the organizers, may I suggest that we make some change, that we have put them on the side. Okay, I'll have this. This is another boarding call for the panelists. Please, if you have just arrived and you're a panelist, please come and take your position here. Okay, just in case the panelists, other remaining panelists come, please, you should be able to take your positions in front here so that we get to hear from you. May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? And so our panelists are here. I'm going to give them each about 4 minutes to make their case. Please listen to them. And after that, you can maybe ask questions or add value to the presentation that they will have made. So with us, we have a climate change officer from the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department, Moheri Mariam. Let's recognize her with a round of applause. We also have an advisor, protection and conservation of water resources, Marion Icheduna. Okay, so Marion, I'm giving you the microphone to go first. And then after that, we go to this Marion and Mariam. So Marion, you're going first.
Thank you, Bwana Kamara, and a very good morning to our audience in your respective capacities. Indeed, my name is Marion Icheduna. I work for Join for Water. Join for Water is an international organization, and we are experts in promoting integrated water resource management for long-term access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. And I think the underlining word there is long-term access. And in that regard, and connecting a bit to the previous presenters, we realize that indeed climate change has affected wash systems. In what way? For us, the main thing is connecting the ecosystem services to human well-being. We want to bring the human perspective in all these aspects. So just imagine a young girl growing up from one of the catchment areas, one of the ecosystem areas, with all this kind of degradation. As we have all underscored that wash or water sanitation and hygiene is a service that is drawn from these same ecosystems that are being degraded. So looking at WASH requires that we look at the ecosystem. So in this case, we're trying to bring in the human perspective by talking about socio-ecological systems. So my strong observation and point I'm making is the linkage between ecosystems and WASH service provision, but with a human perspective. So more or less talking about socio-ecological systems. We have seen how the linkages have caused devastating impact, not only to WASH, but also to the well-being of people that are accessing these services. So that linkage becomes very critical when we are speaking about degradation of the same ecosystem or the same foundations for WASH service provision. So as we discuss, as we deliberate, my message is for us to bring the human perspective, because that is where it all rotates. This is where the degradation is happening, but this is where action can also happen in protecting the very systems that provide the services, including WASH, water for agriculture, and water for other services. So as we deliberate and link climate change to WASH, let's recognize that the socio-ecological system moves together. Let's not forget that woman, the girl, the men and boys that are adjacent to these ecosystems, but are also beneficiaries of the same WASH service provision. So if we look at it in totality, then we can be able to deliberate on what kind of solutions that we need. So in this case, it means that even if we are looking at data or information to guide policy and decision, then we are looking at data and information from a socio-ecological system, both from the human perspective, the degradation, the population, and the impact in all these systems. So in summary, we are looking at the impact to both the human and the ecosystem, which are the foundations for the services that we are looking at. I'll stop at that, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Marion. A round of applause. She has ably shown us the linkage, ecology, the social, and of course the environment. So, the lack of water somewhere is going to affect a certain girl child, and the girl child is affected. She may not go to school. And then if she's not going to school, then the nation is not educated. So there's such a linkage that is very crucial. Thank you so much for bringing out that. And I'm sure you have other questions or how you want to improve on her presentation. Let us also listen to Mariam.
Good morning to you all. Thank you, Mr. Kamara, for the opportunity. Thank you, WASNet, for organizing this forum, and everyone present here from your respective institutions. We are happy to have you on board. I'm from the Climate Change Department, and I like the way the presentations have been made, linking WASH, water and sanitation, to climate change. The two are interlinked, and I like that much as they say climate change is a new field, I like that people are beginning to appreciate it. In one way or another, you will not avoid it because it knows no bounds, it knows no limit. And what happens in Uganda, it is not only the Ugandans who will suffer because of their actions. It is a global thing. So we cannot talk about climate change without mentioning adaptation and mitigation. Those are the key components under climate change. Under the NPA, NDP3, sorry, there are so many programs, and we have the program for natural resources, environment, climate change, and water management, which contribute to the human and development capital where WASH is. And for us, we cannot talk about protection minus development. We have to sustainably develop these natural resources to be able to achieve our targets. So the Ministry of Water and Environment, through its water and sanitation regional facilities, has been implementing very many projects which are towards WASH and majorly want to see climate change come out, because we know that, like they have been saying, water is life, and no one can do without water. But now climate change just excavates the impact of how we manage our resources directly impacts how we live with them. So us as a ministry, and even under the climate change department, we have a document, the NDC, nationally determined contributions. As we are all here, I wish everyone would make that document your friend. It is a document that speaks about the mitigation component, adaptation component, and under these components, there are so many activities which have been highlighted that we can take on as a country to be able to meet our target. What is our target? To reduce the emission. So there's the mitigation component, there's also the adaptation component, so that we can live resilient lives. The different sectors have been highlighted. There are many. I'll not mention all of them, but I will just ask you that you make it your document. Use it. It is a national document for us all, so that you can see where you lie and how you can contribute to this target. And maybe it is a call to us all. There has been so much, there's a tendency that people prefer to say or prefer to wait for government aid, even on the simple initiatives that you can do at a personal level. It is a call that maybe from now on, our minds should change. We should change our mindset. Not only to rely on government. You as a person, what can you do? There are those small things. You have a place to begin. There are those small things that you can do, and they will connect to the national goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give her another round of applause. Thank you so much. Please, we are honored to have been joined by Honorable Silas, the chair of the Parliamentary WASH Forum Committee. Thank you so much for joining us, and you found we're having a panel discussion. So you have just joined right in the middle, and of course I'll be giving you a microphone for you to be able to also make your contribution. Thank you for having joined us here on this annual CSO Forum organized by WASNet. And maybe I shouldn't be wasting time, because you're just right in time for you to be able to make your presentation. You have about 4 minutes as a panelist, and then after that, the people will listen to you and ask questions. These two ladies were talking about adaptation, we were talking about mitigation, and then Mariam reference to a document that is at the ministry that we should be able to read and perhaps make it our own Bible to understand. There's a problem, Honorable. Sometimes it's not the lack of the documents in Uganda and the policies. Sometimes we are wobbly when it comes to implement the very things that we know. So probably Mariam will be telling us how we would not only read, but also be able to implement as a people. And she was challenging that we, as individuals, what have we done? And I think that's a serious challenge, because let's face it, for whoever is going to have dinner tonight, majority of them, that dinner will have been prepared either using charcoal or wood. And perhaps that has been the case for all of our lives. So, for the trees that have been cut so that we can eat, how many of us have planted back a tree? I think that's the kind of a personal initiative he's talking about. Because at the end of the day, afforestation is key, like Wilberforce told us, and it is from these forests that our water sources are protected because there is such a linkage of the environment. Honorable Silas.
Thank you so much. First, allow me to apologize to the congregation because I came a little late, because we are preparing for interparliamentary games, which are going to be in Juba. I'm a volleyballer. I know most of you might not believe, but you bring the ball here, you know that I am useful. Yes. So I represent the people of Kumi municipality. I'm an independent. Allow me to salute the colleagues who are here. I believe there are members of parliament around. I have noted one honorable colleague. Thank you for coming. Yeah. I do chair the parliamentary forum on WASH. And this is a forum that brings together members of parliament who have that passion and interest around WASH. When we talk about WASH, we talk about water, sanitation, and hygiene. It's not about washing just. Some people might think when we say wash, we're saying go and wash. No. So wash is water, sanitation, and hygiene. And most times we take care of water, we forget about sanitation, we forget about hygiene. But the three must play together. It is a football field. You take it to be, the three should be like 11 on a football pitch. So we must learn to take them together. Adaptation is something we cannot forget now. Just look at what is happening around the world. Recently, we saw floods come up to the city of Mbale. For those of you who have traveled to the east, by the time water comes and enters the city, knocks on people's doors, you know that climate change is what? Real. And we must be prepared to adapt. This is the time. Don't wait for the people abroad to come and solve the situation. We must start it ourselves. And as a Greater North Parliamentary, as a WASH Parliamentary Forum, we are saying we must be able to start the thing from Parliament. We have responsibilities, 4 of them. Key, oversight, legislation, appropriation, and then the fourth one that you know, representation. Are we representing the voices of the people down there? When we are talking about issues of mitigation, for instance. Most times, because for us, most especially the politicians, we think we must protect the vote that is coming ahead of us. Right now, everybody is thinking about 2026. Are you the right leader in a position right now? Because if you are going to think about the votes, instead of telling people the truth, then you are killing the future of Uganda. I'm saying so because members of parliament, for instance, have the listening of the people. When you speak, people tend to believe that that is the truth. We need to go down and tell the people it is bad to cut down the trees. It is bad for us to destroy the small water sources. Let us maintain, let us preserve, let us mitigate. And we must learn to work with our experts. We are not experts in everything. There are people who are good at telling us what we must do in order to mitigate certain challenges. Where are they? Where are the synergies? Are we working together? Are we listening to them? Parliament most times appropriates money. We make the laws. We make recommendations. But the question is there a follow-up? Is there implementation? If they are not implementing, who is responsible now? Parliament has a responsibility to carry more oversight, to press those who are supposed to work to go and do what we have said, so that we rescue our nation. That is very, very important. It is not necessary for us to have policies, we have documents. Now when we talk about the planning frameworks, we are talking about Vision 2040. Are we really following it? We are talking about the SDGs, leaving no one behind. Are we really serious about it? We are talking about the NRM manifesto. Is it being followed to the dot? We are talking about the budget. The budget is a law, by the way. But sometimes we budget, after budgeting, some people take over. And whatever they do there, nobody is concerned. We now wait for them to appear in a park post-mortem, when they have already eaten and they eat with metallic teeth. You see? So we need to wake up. This is the time for us to wake up. Let us not, these days you cannot send somebody with 10,000 shillings to the market, go and buy meat. If you don't know the price of meat, be sure they will not even. So you must learn to respect Ugandans. When you send somebody to the market with the money, follow from behind. Follow from behind to make sure that that money returns what you want. Value for money. Therefore, as the chair of this forum, I think Uganda needs to have a proper strategy. Let's stop acting on ad hoc basis. We must have a proper plan. If we are talking about the NDP3, how do we link our plans? How do we link our budgets for the districts, the local governments, the cities, the municipalities, and everybody to the NDP3? Because if we are saying for 10 years, this is what we are going to concentrate on, and somebody is doing their own thing, where are we? Right now, as we talk, we need the budget of around 9 times what has been given to water. The budget that we give to Ministry of Water, for instance, to the water sector, is very small. For us to solve the challenge that we have, we need it times 9. Members of Parliament, where are you? You must support your chair so that we change that budget and lift it to 9 times the current figure. Then things will change. But that is not enough. After giving the budget, follow it. We must follow it. You send these people, you send them and you also go with them. So you forget us, why did I send them? You must follow them. Otherwise they'll chew the money with the metallic teeth. Because I know them. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. That's the Member of Parliament representing Kumi Municipality, the Honorable Silas Egon. Thank you so much for your presentation. And he's speaking openly about the issue of a lack of integrity in our country. Somebody is giving public resources, they will not put it to use for its intended goal. Money is appropriated, yes, but Honorable, sometimes money is not effectively utilized. All right, thank you so much. May I also recognize other members of Parliament in this auditorium? We have the Honorable Sejoba Isaac, Bukoto Midwest. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. We also have the Member of Parliament representing Bamnanika, the Honorable Seki Toleko. Thank you so much. And we have Member of Parliament representing Rukiga, Diomujenyi Roland. And yes, among us, by the way, also have members of the Fourth Estate. I have seen New Vision around. I've seen Capital FM, thank you. I've seen CBS. I've seen Terefina. I've also seen, I think, NTV Uganda. Thank you for being here. Okay, so this is the moment when you get to have your say. You in the auditorium. You put up your hand. You tell us your name, where you're from, and then please keep it brief and add value to the conversation. And if there is a question, please ask it. And if you are directing somebody, be precise whom you want your question to be directed to. Honorable Roland there has a, excuse me, sir.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you everyone who have come here for this meeting. My name is Roland Nyomujenyi and I represent the people of Ruchiga. I would like to add some voice to my chairman and also inform the members in this room that without government's effort, there must be an effort by government to ensure that we plant trees, to ensure that there is clean environment, to ensure that climate change in the whole world globally is real. So there must be a deliberate effort by government to ensure that the ozone layer, which is being depleted, the impact of our activities as people is reduced to the minimum. But most importantly, moderator and all the people who are here, when you, for example, members of parliament were given trees from NFA to give to our people. Recently, I got a lot of trees, like 20,000. And I put on the forum where all the Bachiga from Ruchiga are. The elite, those ones who are in positions of leadership, and only one person, I said, I have trees for you, and they're in Kabale. Only one person came to my inbox and told me he's interested in 2,000 trees. And I'm stuck with 18,000. And we are talking about the cream, you know, of the county, of the district. So, as people, what are we doing about climate change? Lastly, when you look at the impact of COVID-19 on the climate or on the hygiene, if you have been observing, if you have been so observant, you realize that these other diseases we used to have, before COVID-19, like flu, like cough, they have reduced tremendously. I don't know if you have been observing. The reason is this sanitizing, this washing of, the hands, which has been deliberate, has reduced those, small diseases. That means that if we continue, washing hands, using sanitizer, using face masks where it is necessary, we'll be dealing with bigger, diseases. Let me use the word bigger than dealing with these minute, small diseases which we use to have.
Waterborne diseases.
Yes, waterborne diseases. So that's something that members here need to internalize and understand, that we can as well keep teaching our people to do those small basics of washing hands, using sanitizer, for them to avoid those waterborne diseases. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Roland. You can imagine, and that's very true, that just washing our hands, I'm sure, has changed a lot in hospitals, people getting those kind of infections. So I think the Member of Parliament is asking, appealing, let us make that our norm, our value. We always wash without even being told, because it will save us a lot. Thank you so much. And those 18,000 trees, maybe some people here will ask for the donation. You can imagine people not taking up the trees, but every day somebody is having a meal prepared using charcoal or wood. So we are in a self-destructive mode, we as a people. I saw another hand here. Okay, Madam Chair of the board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara, and thank you to the panelists. I'll quickly go through my quick comments and questions. The first question goes to Marion. Could you please at least outline or share a few of the activities that civil society organizations have done or are doing in terms of influencing the climate change agenda in this country? What exactly are you doing as civil society organizations? What are we doing? My second question, also combined with a comment, goes to the climate change representative, Minister of Water and Environment. You said that how we manage our resources directly impacts on how we live with them, and you went straight to referring to the nationally determined contributions, the document. And you said we should use it as our Bible. Where exactly is that document? Where have you put it? Who has it? Where can we find it? At least for the sake of knowing where it is. I know it's a big document, over 60 pages.
We hope it is not gathering dust somewhere.
She can let us know. And then quickly, as a follow-up to that, could you please just share how our country is preparing for COP27 in November? Because that's a big event. And then lastly, to my honorable chair, good to see you again. You are the people who make laws in this country. Many things are happening that are affecting our environment. Wetlands are being not depleted anymore, they are being completely erased from the map. Forests are being, well, many things are happening with forests. We don't hear you. Where are you? Why are you keeping quiet? What are the challenges that you are facing that are preventing you from speaking up? Because you said you are representatives. Why are you quiet? Because we need your voice if our natural resources are being depleted, destroyed, given to investors. We love investors, but we really need to be careful. Honorable Cyrus?
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to take more, as you take note of those questions, I'm going to bring the microphone back to you after perhaps I'm going to get a maximum of 4 contributions from the auditorium. Mr. Muhammad here.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Mr. Patrick Kamara. My name is Alex Mhumza from Austrian Development Corporation. Yeah, my question is on the parish development model. We know that parish development model has been rolled out to the rest of the country. It's being piloted, but also rolled out to the rest of the country. So in terms of planning for climate change mitigation and adaptation at that level, at parish level, what are those specific interventions that are being planned so that as we implement the parish development model, then we can be able to ensure that aspects of climate change are really taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. I'll go right at the back and then pick one question or comment. What's the microphone, please? Put up. There's a gentleman in pink, and then you come in front.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Agaba Owen, and I work for Living Water International. 2 concerns. One, I think the bigger issue we are grappling with as a nation is a governance issue, because when an MP is the one to distribute seedlings, there is a problem. We have the structures from the district. I think from the approach of combating climate change from the previous presentation we got from UNICEF, I think what the MP is doing is delivering the solution, which is stage number 3. Have they, are the people he was talking to, did they understand the problem? Did they try to appraise the solutions? I think what he did, he delivered the solution. And delivering the solution without people understanding the problem and appraising the problem cannot work. You're roofing what you've not set a foundation for. And lastly, when we talk about, again, climate change, I think the Parliament of Uganda has betrayed us. They have spent a lot of time talking about nyege and things are changing, the term limits and what. And they are the biggest degraders. They are biggest encroachers on wetlands, on forests. It is not a small me. I don't have the capacity to encroach on anything. And even when the environmental policy is chasing people out of the wetlands, they chase the people who have put some small shacks. People who have put malls and farms, the member of parliament, they are untouchables. So when we talk of climate change, unless we address the bigger governance issue, we'll spend a lot of years and then we'll have more floods and droughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He's hitting hard, right? I think Honorable Roland will get a microphone to respond a little bit on maybe whether you didn't use the right structures. But for you to call for people to pick the trees and you only get one, structures or no structures, there's a problem with us, the people. There should be more than one person coming up because we have a problem. Really, there should have been more than one person to respond for the trees that are available. I don't know what you think, but I will end with you, sir. But let's get a mic. There's a gentleman right at the back. And then you'll conclude with the gentleman in front.
Okay, good morning. My comment just goes to the Ministry of Water Environment, because we know that through Water for People, we developed the Karamoja Wash Investment Plan. Now, this is a very good document that we are all appreciating right now in Karamoja. And we know that people are saying we should not leave anyone behind. And Karamoja, I know we are known for insecurity, we are known for anger, but we are also very receptive people. We receive programs of government, we receive programs of CSOs. So we want to ask, what strategy do we have as the ministry to lobby for resources for us to implement this document? This is a very good document. And I'm sure if we really try to implement every action on that document, we are going to have really a very climate resilient community in Karamoja region. So just my question and also my comment and also my task for us to see how we can mobilize money for us to implement this investment plan for Karamoja.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman here, and that will going to be our last. Can you? Okay, please, if you can, let's just take that question before you, sir. There's that hand, yes, at the extreme end. At the extreme end. I seem to be able to see them from far.
Thank you so much, moderator, Bwana Kamara. My name is Dennis Wangira. I work with the Youth Environment Service, an NGO in Busia, the border with Kenya. I am happy the Honorable Chairperson of WASH Committee is here and is from Kumi. I know if you represent the people of Kumi, you can agree with me the number of trucks that come from West Nile and far north going to Kenya with the Chaco. I come from the border. I have a good data about that. And at an opportunity time, I can also share with you the deep state agents that are dealing in Chaco. They are not these local people. It's not our CSOs, but they are people in security and people in local and people in high-level government positions. So when we come here and talk about mitigation and conservation, and at our level, we are the ones leading the cutting down of trees, then there is something that we must talk beyond that. I have, my Honorable MP has 2 schools, and every week he supplies about 5 trucks of firewood. So if a Honorable Member of Parliament is using firewood in his schools, and I know some of us also on those investments. So at personal level, what are we doing to conserve the environment? Okay. Apart from us talking. And lastly, to the Minister of Water and Environment, what is your pronouncement about the current debate of petroleum exploration?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that we're all of us pointing out charcoal and wood. But let's face it, we don't seem to have an alternative right now for our energy needs, for cooking our food, other than charcoal and wood. But all we are saying that maybe, can there be some energy-saving kind of mechanism where you don't have to use a lot of wood and a lot of charcoal? Maybe, can we just have robust afforestation? Is it possible for us to have, for those who can, to cook using electricity, but that is affordable? I can see that we are going to continue using charcoal, but we have to find a way how it is used in a manner that is sustainable. If we don't, we are facing an existential threat as a people. In fact, we are in a self-destructive mode. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank all members present and the honorable members. Particularly, I want to send my appreciation to the Honorable Silas Aogon. He's our Member of Parliament for the region. I'm Emmanuel Apus. I work for Veltunga Healthy, but also Regional Coordinator for all CSOs in TESO. I really want to thank the discussion, but also want to particularly ask the Honorable Members of Parliament. You passed the NEMA Act. Up to date, it is just there. I think it's just a paper. Our rivers and swamps are getting clogged with a lot of things, and that is what is causing a lot of these floods. Mbale is a reason for that. And Kasese, you have done post-mortem. You only run every year. There's floods this side, there's floods this side. What is the government doing right now before even these floods come? In 2007, the Honorable Silas, you know that TESO also experienced the same. And the water from Karamoja, just because there are few rains, sooner or later, it might come on. And I don't know what does the government have. But I also want to explore us, the CSOs. What is that in our agenda that we're working towards the mitigation? Of course, we are doing a lot of water. We're doing implementing, constructing, drilling, rehabilitating. What is that in that we're exploring. Of
All
course,
right.
there's the O&M framework. I want to thank you all.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to take any more comments or questions from the auditorium. I'm going to give the Member of Parliament and the panelists to respond. The other day I was in Mukongoro, sir. I can see the environment has changed in only 5 years, which is very close to Kumi. And I've seen a river disappear in my lifetime where I come from in Toro region, where we used to go and swim from school. It's not there. It has disappeared in my time when I'm looking at it. So can we have, let the panelists respond, and the Member of Parliament will respond last. I also want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Paparu, District Woman Representative from Arua. Thank you so much for being with us. Yes, ladies.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Board Chair Owasnet, for that very insightful question. And the question was for me to really outline and share a few activities that CSOs are doing to influence the climate change agenda. But probably before I go there, I would like to highlight that indeed our agenda is shaped by the climate change policy that we all know that an act was assented to by His Excellency a year ago. And indeed, in that line, we recognize that as CSOs, we've walked the journey in developing this policy together with the policymakers. In what way? Through our networks. For example, the Uganda Water and Sanitation Network. We have a number of thematic working groups in there that dialogue and contribute information, especially that is coming from the voices of the community, because as CSOs, we speak for the community. The other network is the CAN, Climate Action Network. Through that, indeed, we've also contributed information. We contributed to where we see the policy can impact, especially on the communities that we serve on the ground. Secondly, as that is not enough, I will make mention of the fact that as CSOs, we've walked the journey of implementing adaptation and mitigation activities through aligning our programs and work to the National Development Plan. I think a lot has been talked about the NDP, but as you realize, as CSOs, our agenda towards climate change is mitigation and adaptation. And so there are quite a number of designs that have come through from different CSOs, both in terms of how we can effectively utilize financing for adaptation and developing approaches, especially nature-based solution approaches that are effective to address issues of climate change adaptation. In addition to that, in regard to, again, the implementation of the policy, in terms of our approach, it's really collaboration with government, especially through the Ministry of Water and Environment, which is, in this case, the mother ministry, where you find the aspects of enforcement, aspects of demarcating these fragile ecosystems. As CSOs, it's not our mandate to enforce, but many a times we've worked very closely with government to point out the issues that are coming out from the communities that have increasingly led to the deterioration of the ecosystems that are foundations for our WASH services. In the afternoon, we shall have critical cases from the work that we're doing as CSOs, case studies from the Rwenzori region, for example, on how we are collaborating with Ministry of Water and Environment, and to be more specific, the Albertine Water Management Zone. So you'll expect more in the afternoon. But one thing I would like to mention before I hand over the microphone is that it's interesting to hear that Parliament is keen on tracking finance for implementation of adaptation. And as CSOs, I think this is very critical, because for sustainability, we need effective utilization of taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marion. And yes, Mariam. Now, where is the book?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Board Chair. for your comment. I talked about the NDC, as a document. You should note that this is an updated document. The first one was for 2015. That one is available even on hard copy. But the current one, with the NDC, the current one, which is for 2021, it is finalized, but it is available in soft copy at the ministry. Procedures are still underway to have it published to have it printed, to have it in hard copy. You talked about, anyway, but also, besides the NDC, there are also a number of other documents that you can get familiar with. There is the Climate Change Act. That one has been published. It is available in hard copy, though the process to have the regulations is also ongoing. There's also the policy, which is also available in hard copy. I mean, if you need these documents, you can come to the ministry, or you can let me be your contact person. I can avail them to you. You asked about the COP27 preparations. I hope everyone is familiar with COP. If not so, this is the Conference of Parties organized by the UNFCCC and Climate Change Department under the Ministry of Water and Environment is the coordinating body for those conventions, for the UNFCCC conventions. Now, the preparations are ongoing. We have already received people applying for accreditation, and the accreditation, those who have applied, they are being accredited. The process is ongoing. Whoever is interested, you can apply for accreditation, because you cannot access this without having the accreditation, which is only done by the Ministry of Water and Environment. The preparations, about the preparations, currently, actually this week, yesterday, we started the thematic group negotiations. Those who are familiar with COP, when people go to negotiate per country, there are thematic areas, there are thematic groups. These are 6 of them. They are clustered. There is finance, there's mitigation, there's adaptation, there's gender, there's capacity building, and technology transfer and development. You can choose where you want to be, where your interest is best expressed, and then you belong to that group. So when the delegation is headed for COP, this year's COP, it is an annual event. This year's COP is going to be in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh, and it is running from the 6th to the 18th of November. So as a department, the negotiations for each group, the thematic groups, like I've said already, they are ongoing. They have been clustered. We had the one for gender, and now they are preparing. Then in mid-October, we are going to have a retreat where we bring everyone on board, including the CSOs, everyone on board. Then we are able to have a national position paper, such that before the delegation is sent, there is a national position paper which speaks for the country.
Okay.
There were other questions?
Okay, quickly through them.
Yeah, okay, quickly. Someone asked about the parish development model and what we are doing about it. Under parish development model, we are prioritizing agriculture. And for us as climate change, under agriculture, we are meaning climate smart agriculture. You can have, it's not that our land maybe is not productive. You can have the land. The rains have come. When they come, there are floods. When they are not there, it is drought. So what can you do about that? We are trying to say, yes, how can we have the water? It's not like we don't even have the water. We have it. How can we use it ably so that even when there's drought, you don't feel it? So we are prioritizing climate smart agriculture. We can have the irrigation, we can have solar powered irrigations, and I mean active measures like that to encourage continuous development. Yeah, there's someone who from Karamoja who asked about the document. I didn't get it properly, but it was sort of like lobbying. How do we get their reports published?
Okay. Our brother from Karamoja, you'll have to see Mariam again, and then you put your question right. That's the reason why we have a forum like this during lunch or during break. Please let that be explained. But I thought you said that the document helped you. I think that must have been the 2015 copy. May I, before the Honorable Silas speaks to us, also recognize here the presence of Honorable Opio Samuel, Member of Parliament for Cole North. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Also, may I recognize the presence with us here, the District Woman Representative for Cole, the Honorable Judith Alieg. Thank you so much. May I also recognize the presence with us, the Member of Parliament representing Busongora South, the Honorable Tembo Mujungu. And by the way, we have exhibition stalls. During the break at the back, you can be able to see those stalls. Honorable Silas, if you can be very precise, because now you're standing between the people and their breakfast, their break tea, they will not be happy if it takes long, and then Roland will speak last. We take a break.
Usually when we have a problem, we declare a time for prayer and fasting. So we can abandon the food so that we solve the problem.
I don't know whether you have consensus agreement on this, but
we can search for the consensus. Yeah, but I want to appreciate the colleagues who have turned up. The fact that they accepted to come shows that Parliament takes the matter of climate change, the issues of wash, very seriously. So, colleagues, I want to applaud you. It is only the speaker that is missing. This would be a full house in action, and the rest would be now in the gallery. One, you talked about going to Mukongoro. I want to pick it from there. The rivers you used to see have disappeared. Where have they gone? Those are questions. And I'm telling you, this is something which is now real. From my village where I used to bathe along the road, I no longer find that water. I don't know where it is hidden. Those are the challenges. So when we talk about climate change, it is real. It has come up to our doorsteps. Someone is talking about issues of enforcement, and I'm telling you that's where we have a challenge. Start from Kampala. I know most people refer to MPs, they say governance, it is the members of parliament, but we need to generate data so that we pinpoint and have a list. Can I have a list delivered to my desk? That member A, B, C, D is the one who is encroaching. We go for that member. I think that's very, very important because we do not want to throw a blanket statement without details. So it is time for us to have researched information, but it's also good for the public still to raise these issues. We do not want to block those voices.
That you should name and shame.
Let's name and shame. Yes, if you follow the Kampala-Jinja highway, you'll find so many developments, most especially petrol stations. But people heap a lot of gravel on the wetlands. And we have somebody watching. We have the NEMA Act. We have the police, environment police. They get salary. I've not had a complaint that their salary has missed, even for 1 month. Where are they? What are they doing? It means, as Parliament, we also have some work to do in terms of asking questions, hard questions. During Prime Minister's question time, asking the ministers, moving motions, asking them, following them to the offices. What are you doing? If you are not able to do, there are many people who are unemployed. Let us give them work. I think it will not be too hard. That is the right way to go. You've made so many issues on budgeting. I think it is time for us to realize that everything that we do must be climate oriented. Even the way you eat while knowing that there is climate change. Don't finish all the food. Everything has changed now. The roads that we build must be climate resilient. Recently, I went with the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable, Minister of Local Government. to Mukongoro, where you were. So we visited a part of the construction work which was taking place, a road. They were just maramming it. Water came at a high speed. We found it had already taken away the so-called bridges. There are companies that can no longer construct some of these bridges. So can we be climate resilient? Starting from budgeting. Most often we gather to speak about post-mortem. But we must stay in this kind of way from the start. Right now we are talking about 2023, 2024 budget. We are going to scatter. Then again at the end, we link up to ask questions. But what happened? What happened? When it has already what? Happened. So we must first converge and follow these things from the onset. I'm happy the MPs from Kasese are here. Representatives from Bugisu region, Mbale, you know how the floods have worked on us. In terms of us, we have now a kind of cycle which is established. After floods, drought. After drought, hunger. Just in that, they keep on rotating. The three, those are murderers. We must act on that, and you must help us. And I'm happy I'm in parliament, we are making the voices. Somebody asked, but why is the parliament silent? We are speaking, but we need some kind of loudspeaker. So I am referring to the fourth estate. Where are you? Where is the fourth estate? So the fourth estate is the one to help us to amplify our voices. Let the people get to know that indeed parliament what? Speaks. When you go to our constituencies, most times people ask, this problem is there, but the MPs are quiet. But when you ask the people, but are you following what is happening in the parliament? They are not there. If you ask them what happened yesterday, zero. So let's not be quick to blame parliament. Let's be quick to support parliament. I think that will be a good one. Of course, I'm not saying that I should silence your voices. Let us work together. But fourth estate, give us time. These days, airtime is very expensive. You go to NTV, 1 hour is how much? Might be over 10 million. That one I can tell you. So we need that support. Parliament needs the support. I'm about to finish. We passed the NEMA Act, yes, but when it comes to implementation, zero. Zero. Right now we are talking, the EU passed a motion saying that Uganda, together with Tanzania, should put a hold on the EACOP, the crude pipeline. But we are the people. We are the ones here. EU is there. We are the ones to take decisions. When are you visiting as EU? When are you visiting that area to see what is happening? Do you know what is even happening? Most times we debate without facts. When are we visiting? Those are the issues. The problems must be solved by Africans and ourselves. We must know what is happening around ourselves. That's very, very important. Absolutely. Somebody is asking about interventions in the plan to ensure aspects of climate change are taken care of. I think, in summary, everything that we do, even prayers, when you are praying, pray in a climate change mode. The world has changed. And that is it. Yeah, anything outside that you can't succeed. There was a complaint about MPs going for solutions instead of doing the foundation. I know my brother is going to say something, but I need to tell you, we need to lead by example. When voters see us planting trees, they get to believe planting trees is very important. And that is very important. But we have learned something from you. Most times we want to roof our houses before constructing the what? Foundation. So we'll always learn to first gather the people. There is what people call the software activities. We first talk to the people, prepare them, make the solution together. There you will have a future together. And I think that is the way to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and lastly, we're going to give a microphone to Honorable Roland. And Roland, you just have a minute, sir, before people can take their break tea.
Mr. Kamara, I don't even need the whole minute. The member was asking, was concerned that MPs now have gone into distribution of seedlings. I think NFA wanted to take a multi-pronged approach of planting trees. It's all about, you know, the local governments are also doing some work. There is a district forestry officer at the district level who also does some work. But you know, there is also this tendency of these district officials trying to ask for airtime, ask for fuel, ask for allowances to go and do work in the field. To me, I think what is important is to understand that everyone can be incorporated in this kind of approach, so that whether MP, whether president, whether education officer, whether chairman of C5, it doesn't matter. What we are looking at is planting trees. And that should be the whole idea. Thank you so much, Kamara.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you so much. I have quite a number of your questions here. I can't read them now because if they want to respond, that will take time. But when we come back, I'll make sure I read some of their questions. Or if you see the panelists, you can approach them and you talk to them directly. We also have an audience online. Please, you can send your questions in the chat room, and then I'll be able to read them later after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, I suppose the break tea is ready. And we're going to use only 20 minutes maximum so that we are here at 11:30. 11:30, we converge here again. Thank you. I also tell you that the tea is being served in this very auditorium at the back of this hall. You don't have to move out unless if you want tea, it's within here at the back of this hall.
sanitation, menstrual health and hygiene among the socially excluded and marginalized women and girls in urban poor, refugees, people living with disability and hard-to-reach communities in Uganda.
Do you know how many diseases I almost got from just passing through your toilet? Cholera, dysentery, diarrhea, and corona all together. You have only one washing point in the whole school, the whole of it. You're not wearing a mask outside. I didn't even get anybody doing any sanitation.
We have not been operational.
Your whole school has no idea about the SOPs. Nothing.
Now, SOPs.
Standard operative procedures. Every school has...
No. Those ones we have. Yeah, we have operating procedures. Like in the morning, of course, you know, there's after waking up, there's assembly.
You should have very many washing points distributed in the whole school so that they keep their hands clean with good soap and clean water.
Where am I supposed to get all these things?
You're looking at the provider of all these things. If you want me, I can supply you.
You make pads, masks, you
I
supply
make
all
those and I make the best. The masks.
These are going to be very expensive for me.
Simple. You don't have to pay this. All you have to do is let my daughter study for free.
The rights to safe water and improved standards of sanitation and hygiene are fundamental human rights enshrined in the Constitution of Uganda. However, in spite of government's effort to increase access to safe water, over 12 million people in Uganda do not have access to safe water. This report represents a case study of Namayumba Town Council, where for a very long time, a big percentage of population have been accessing unsafe water. And where there is no safe water, people cannot wash their hands with soap and maintain good sanitation and hygiene standards. This means that the preventable diseases like cholera, diarrhea diseases, intestinal worms, and even COVID-19 can easily spread from one person to another. The provision of safe water, sanitation, and hygiene is essential to protecting human health during disease outbreaks like COVID-19. In spite of its proximity to the capital city of Uganda, Namayumba Town Council, located in Wakiso district, is known as the Karamoja of Wakiso because of severe scarcity of safe water. Currently, only 49% of the population in Wakiso district have access to safe water. In Namayumba Town Council, the situation is dire. Only 2 out of the 17 villages have access to safe water.
Ngenzizi zonna nkyafu, ente zinywera muli, abantu basobola okufuka omusulo ne guyingira muli, ebisolo binywera muli n'emisota.
Omusana bwe gwaka tetufuna mazzi, tuganona ku mageri mayanja.
Ekyamazima ebitundu byaffe ebisinga bino bya ntobazi, tugeze nga wano ewamika. Tetukyayinza amazzi gaawo ne booganywa ago agabbowa z'olabaawo tegawooma. Bwe gafumbye gabaamu solote.
Abaana baffe abawala ku nzizi eyo bwe bagenda bonoona obudde bafunirayo ebizibu, emboozi ezinyumizibwayo ziba nnyingi, engambo zeeyongera mu bakyala awaka, ate awo ne wabaawo n'obutabanguko.
Era amazzi gaffe water table yaffe eri wala. Tubadde tusima shallow wells nga tezikola bulungi, eyinza okukolayo myezi bwezi n'ekola ki n'efa. Bowa hose twalina za water table zaayo ziri wansi naye bazikanika, abantu beesolozaamu obusente naye era amazzi ne gagaana okukola ki okujja.
In 2019, UWASNET, in partnership with VAD and financial support from the Danish People's Aid, began implementing the Civil Society Action for Improved Wash Services in Uganda. The 3-year program aims at contributing to improvements in quantity and quality of wash service delivery in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Somalia by 2021. This is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal targets under SDG 6, which aims at increased access to safe water and affordable drinking water at national or local levels, improve sanitation facilities and hygiene practice nationally or local level, and an end to open defecation. Increase government financing of WASH at national and local level and social accountability, and improved wash governance structures through enhanced participation of local communities or civil societies. As part of the program, UWASNET, in partnership with VAD, trained a total of 50 community advocacy committees in Namayumbe Town Council to advocate and lobby for increased safe water supply. The community advocacy committees are community-driven advocacy structures developed in 2019 to identify critical gaps in the service delivery and together develop an effective advocacy strategy to engage the respective duty bearers with the aim of improving wash service delivery. In 2019, VAD worked together with the local council leaders in the 5 wards of Champisi, Chanuna, Lutisi, Namayumba and Luguzi to identify active community members to constitute the membership of each advocacy committees. In total, each advocacy committee has 10 advocacy committee members who include the local council leaders, community focal persons, community members and village health committee representatives. The advocacy committees were empowered with knowledge and lobby skills, knowledge to formally engage their respective duty bearers and contribute to informing decisions that affect their lives and overall well-being. The advocacy committees identified the issue of lack of access to safe water as most critical. They developed an issue paper which included the status of wash service delivery in Namayumba Town Council, number of unserved populations, and recommendations to improve wash service delivery.
Twakwata issue paper yaffe eyo ne tugitwala ewa town clerk. Era olukiiko lwo lwali luzito nnyo, lwalimu town clerk n'olukiiko lwe lwonna, ne mbeeramu bakansala ne mmeya ne tubakwanga ekiwandiiko kyaffe nga kiriko emikono 120.
Manya abantu baffe wansi eyo bw'aba n'ekizibu akikuleetera naga temutuyambye naye ng'ekyamazima naffe abakulembeze tetwalyagadde bantu baffe bayaayaane.
Even though there are processes that call for citizen involvement in decision-making, quite often these spaces are not utilized by the community members because they lack the skills, knowledge, and access to engage their leaders in these formal spaces and participate in decision-making. As a result, a number of decisions are made without their involvement.
Listening to the voices of the local communities, it helps you to guide you, knowing the right direction that the community wants to take, and most especially when those voices are positive, when there's an issue they are raising up, and the moment you listen to them, they become part of you. You become a team, and when you're a team, you can lobby. When these people in higher offices see a team coming up, not an individual coming up, they definitely respond.
The voices of the community members yielded results. In May 2020, the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Central Water Development Facility, submitted a project proposal to the African Development Bank, which, upon approval, will facilitate all the 17 villages in Namayumba Town Council with piped water supply. The Central Water Development Facility is part of the centralized structures instituted by the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda to provide services closer to the public. It is responsible for provision of piped water supply in small towns and rural growth towns. The Central Water Development Facility covers a total of 29 districts in Central and Bunyoro regions in Uganda.
As you are aware, the population growth in most of the upcoming rural growth centers and small towns is so high. The water systems in the situation of Namayumba are so many that even the limited resources that we do have, you find you cannot so quickly meet the demand that is there.
If the funding proposal is approved, work on laying the piped water system will commence in 2022, and in 2023, everyone in the Namayumba Town Council will access the safe water supply.
We have just started the detailed design, and we hope that by October we should have completed the design process such that when the African Development Bank comes to carry out the appraisal, at least we have the complete project document,
we launched the project a few weeks back, and the surveyors have already started surveying the area, socialists have come up trying to interview the people. The project has already kick-started, and we have very much hope that this project is going to benefit our people because they are going to access safe water.
After achieving this milestone, more work needs to be done. The advocacy committee members have plans to continue engaging and participating in all the processes leading to the completion of piped water system and ensuring access to safe water for all in Namayumba Town Council.
As an advocacy member, if this pipe water system is constructed, I will take part in monitoring to make sure that it is constructed in a good way, to make sure that the materials they use are those of the right standard, to make sure that they are not stolen, and to say that they install public stands so that every household or every resident can access it conveniently.
Nze nsaba omulimu guno bwe guba gutandise fe abakulembeze mutu involving abantu baffe tubaagazise tujja kutambula nammwe abantu baffe bali ready okusasula amazzi bali ready okubatera tap buli muntu ewuwe.
Yes, the project will not be able to connect each and every person, but we'll have infrastructure that can aid everybody to get connected. We are yet to determine how many we shall include in the project. It will depend on the available resources, but what our dream and our target is to make sure that there is capacity for each and every household to get connected by privately.
Okubeera n'amazzi awaka kituyamba obutafuna buli ndwadde ejja kubanga oba weekuumira wakaawo oyonja wakaawo onaaba mu ngalo ng'ovudde eri ewala naye kaakati bw'oba wagenze eri osanga ate oli ataanaabye mu ngalo ng'akutte ku kisunda amazzi ate gw'ojja n'akawuka obulwadde ne buyingira mu maka.
Research shows that around 70% of the illnesses that affects our people comes as a result of not having access to clean, safe water. So we hope that by the completion of this project, people will be having access to clean, safe water, and there will be definite reduction in the illness. So when people are not sick, they will be able to work hard to sustain their families, and we hope they shall be meeting the target of the president of the middle income status of people and increasing of household income. People will be healthier, will be able to work for themselves, and I hope there will be less problems in the community.
The biggest lesson for the advocacy committee members has been the realization that advocacy works and that community members can indeed contribute to the impact service delivery when their capacities are strengthened and given access to participate in decision-making and monitoring service delivery through mobilization and organization of their voices on key issues that directly affect them.
Tugenda kukolaganira wamu okulaba nti tubabeerako ekintu kye baatusuubiza kireme kugwa butaka. Bingi babisuubiza ne bikomaawo mu ntandikwa ne bigenda. Naye nga bwe twafuna omwogezi w'ekitongole ekyo nga wamu LC yaffe tubadde tusuubira okulaba nti tugenda kwongera kubabeerako okulaba nti ekintu ekyo kigenda mu maaso tusobole okufuna amazzi amayonjo.
As communities, if we continue to engage our duty bearers through advocacy, we can get better services from our leaders.
Leaders in my capacity, leaders in local governments, leaders in lower local governments, they can do something as well to change the status of their communities to access water. They need to shout, they need to mobilize, they need to make friendship in order so that they can achieve safe water in their areas, because it's only safe water that can stabilize the communities and can gear the progress of the development in different aspects in their communities.
I know WASNET has been advocating quite for a long time for increase in the budget of financing water projects, I would still maybe request you to continue, so that by that, if everybody understands that everyone needs clean and safe water, then maybe we would have an improved budget, and once we have an improved budget, then we should be able to serve more people.
and encourage CSO members, and we implement the strategies for handling climate change crisis in our respective districts and communities. I want to thank you so much, those members who have sent in their comments and questions, and I'm sure, Wassenet, you have listened to your question. The Ministry of Water and Environment, how do you take up adaptation measures locally made? How do you make sure that the local communities have their own adaptation measures and maybe make sure they're robust? I don't know whether, Mariam, you are still here and you would want to respond to that issue. And because that's from the ministry, the others were actually suggestions of how we should move in trying to make the situation better. And the question to Wasnet, maybe the ED will respond to it because I'm about to invite her to come and speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going now into the presentation of annual WASH CSO performance report. And this is where we have to even pay much more attention because it's some kind of telling us how they have moved for the last 1 year. It's a report. And this report will also inform the kind of questions we're going to ask, understanding where we are and where we're headed, the challenges we have. So let us welcome with a round of applause Madam Yunia Musazi, WASNET Executive Director, to come and speak to us.
Thank you, Tamara. Okay, let me put on my tools, with this age. Our government representatives here today, the members of parliament, hope we still have you around, our development partners, board of directors, the different leaders of the WASNET structures, that is the thematic working groups, who have worked closely with the Secretariat to make sure that we have a successful annual CSO forum, our regional coordinators, our members both here in person and online, the media, what's that, the fourth estate? Ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome to the 12th annual CSO forum. I think for the benefit, you never know, there may be people in the room who may not know who UWASNET really is and what the report I'm going to present about. I'll just first give a brief background of what this report is all about. This year, we mark 22 years of existence after having been formed under the leadership and collaboration between different stakeholders that included government of Uganda, the Ministry of Water and Environment, development partners that included Danida, the World Bank, CSOs like WaterAid, who realized 20 years ago that in Uganda, there are quite a number of civil society organizations that operate within the water, sanitation, and environment sector. By then, it was really just WASH. So the initiative came up to create a network that will be a conduit to streamline collaboration, partnerships, communication between the civil society organizations and the different stakeholders that include government, our development partners, the private sector, the private sector, we now brought on board. So I'm here to present to you a report that we annually, as one of our mandates as UWASNET, we submit to the Ministry of Water and Environment and now to all the other line ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Sports, in order to promote and support in the annual assessment or review of how the country is progressing towards the different targets that we are committed to. We've been talking about the SDGs this morning. We've been talking about Vision 2040, you know. So all those targets regards water, sanitation, hygiene, and the environment. How are we progressing? So government alone cannot have a complete picture without the report that I'm going to present to you today. So that's how important this report is, because it contributes to filling that void for us all to have a complete picture in whatever district you're working in, or a sub-county, on the gap that is there, that is required to be fulfilled if no one is left behind regards accessing water, sanitation, and hygiene, and also conserving our environment. I request the presentation now, please. So my presentation, like I've mentioned, is really going to be based on that. But my first slide, which indicates the total membership of UWASNET, currently the registered members, we are close to 150. But from the time we carried out a mapping, a physical mapping, we, in 2019, under the support of GIZ, the CAS program, we literally went district, village to village to identify who are those active civil society organizations that are implementing wash and environment programs. And we now mapping, we're able to identify 197, but now that has come up to, within our database, we now have, is it 200 and, Zahara, help me out here. I think we are close to 240 within our database. So the report I'm going to present to you is really supposed, if we are to capture what everyone is doing, it's not really meant for only UASET members, but also all CSOs that are active. Can I please have the presentation? Bernadette, was it submitted? Who is... So what I'm going to present to you, first of all, as the presentation is coming up, I want to echo this. As the Secretariat, year after year, with also the voice of the board, we've called on members that as civil society organizations, many times, we feel that we should hold government accountable. We've been hearing even some of the voices here today. But we, as civil society, this is one of the mechanisms where we have to show that we are preaching, we are practicing what we preach, that we are also open and willing to promote transparency and accountability of the things that we do. However, we've been facing a challenge over the years, like I'm going to show you. Please go to slide 3, the trends. The reporting trend is really not up to beat to where it should be. Like I've mentioned, the next slide please, and put in PowerPoint. Like you can see, in 2018, we had tried, from 2016, 56 CSOs reported. We got an increment in 2018 where we got 127. Last year it was 92, and this year we're down to 69. And these are efforts that we try to put in to make sure that we make use of our regional coordinators, we make use of the social media, we make use of the Secretariat constant support for members to be able to report. However, this is what we are getting. Before I move on, I request our regional coordinators who are here today, please can you stand up? And our thematic working group leaders, please can you stand up? So you are our leaders. The next, you're our representatives. You're our people on the ground. We request that going forward, please, let these figures change. If we are all committed to identifying the unserved, this story begins here. Because if we don't identify whom we are served and who are still lagging behind, then the efforts of duplication, the efforts of coordinating, the efforts of targeting, will not be fulfilled. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'll take you back to the previous slide. So this year's total number of members that reported, we are 69 in total. And like I've already indicated to you, this was a decrease from 92 who reported last year. And out of the registered members within our database, that is Then human capital development, this is where issues around WASH fall. Then the natural resources, environment, climate change, land and water management, that one speaks for itself. Next slide, please. And the CSOs contribution under the different NDP3 programs, like you can see, the comments are blocking what I wanted to relate to. This financial year, the majority, and I think this has been the trend for the last couple of years, the different colors indicate the different years. Blue is 2018. So the topmost is, should I call that yellow or brown? 2021, 2022 is this current financial year, the one that we're reporting, 2021, 2022. Then gray is 2020 and 2021. So the total number of CSOs who reported to be active in the different sub-programs, majority reported sanitation promotion interventions, where we have 57, capacity building, 45, and this has been the trend. Capacity building really escalated, and we we related this to the influx of COVID-19, where many of our members were involved in mobilizing members and sensitizing them around COVID-19. And that's how also sanitation promotion really escalated in the last couple of years. Then we have water supply infrastructure. We have 41 CSOs compared to 45 who indicated last year. Sanitation infrastructure, this is a new indicator that we captured this year. Then integrated water resources management, this has been more or less a constant, where we have an average of 16 for the last 3 years. But like you've heard here, members today, I think we all need to start having a component of making sure that we integrate issues of climate change, water resources management within our WASH programs, like how the theme here today is emphasizing. Research and development, it's an average of, around 11, 13. Then water for production, we have the list there. And I think like we had today, if we are to support our communities to be more resilient, it's not my first language, resilient to climate change. These are some of the areas that also as CSOs, we need to start penetrating. Currently, it's an average of 3 to 5 who report to be active within that program. Let's move on, please. Go to the next slide. The financial investments. Let's bear in mind that we had, we had a decline in the total number of members reporting. This year, the investment declined to 78.6 from 96 billion reported last year. In 2010, it was 75 billion, and in 2018, 2019, it was 32 billion. So members, we see that why it's really important for us to put together such a report, because we as civil society, it gives us credibility. This kind of investment is not small. And let's remember that we're only capturing 50% of the investment that we as civil society organizations are putting in within the programs. So it's quite important that we capture whatever we're putting in so that we also confidently, if you walk in within your district coordination, your district offices, bearing in mind that you're a member of IWASNET and you mention that, yes, if you put together our investment, it's equivalent. Last year we compared this to the total investment, of course, that government is putting in. But at least where we stand is comparable to the conditional grants, the water and sanitation conditional grants that the Ministry of Water and Environment sends to the districts. So it's not small money. And that's why it's important for us to capture it and also coordinate it, promoting the coordination, not us to coordinate, but at least for you to work with the districts where you operate, so that it's well targeted. And regards that point of that total investment, one thing, though I'll also talk about this in the conclusions, is yes, we are receiving these reports from you, our members. However, there is need, because at times when we submit them to government, they ask us, have you verified these reports? Yeah? There is really need, much as we put in 90 billion, 70 billion, but we haven't proven, we haven't come back to you to really see if you reported that you invested 500 million, did you really invest it? So still, our regional coordinators, and also we are happy to note that with our new strategic plan, we now strengthened the support of our regional coordinators, because we know you're volunteers right now. But as we bring on board new development partners, and as we've brought on board district focal points, this should be the role, the void that we should aim at bridging, ensuring that what our members are reporting is actually on the ground, but also is as per the standards that are expected by government and the different, stakeholders. So looking forward to all this to make sure that, yes, when we say invested the 73 or 90 billion, yes, it's really on the ground, and the districts will also confirm that. So the breakdown of the investments, this year's 78.6 billion indicated a 14.6 reduction from last year's investment of 96 billion shillings. As expected, because majority of our members, the niche is really WASH. The biggest percentage of 98% is towards the human capital development, where it's mainly focused on water, sanitation, and hygiene interventions. 1% increment, 1% registered within the natural resources and environment climate change program, and 1% investment within the agro-industrialization program. And we try to compare our investment to the total budget within the NDP3 of the PEP, which is contributing to 1.4%. Last year we also compared this, but I think it's still around. It was still around the same range. Was it 3%, Bernadette? I've forgotten. Yeah, 3% last year. So we've declined now to 1.4. And the total, because as CSOs, like we've already said, we are called upon to work in partnership with the local governments. So whatever we are doing, we should declare it. It should be incorporated within the district local plans. So of all the members that reported, only 29% indicated for their budgets to be captured within the local government budgets, compared to 62%. So these are some of the issues that we have to pick up going forward within the next year, to see that we still promote and sensitize our members the importance for them to adhere to them. We try to also map the presence. The next slide, please. Okay, the financial investments. The breakdown of which categories of our members invested more, within, this is the sources of funding that our members indicated. International NGOs contributed more of these finances, and they contributed to 64.2 compared to 74.6 last year. Other, and I think this is, I need to probe that, what the other really stands for. But I'm happy to know that also some of our members are tapping on funding from government. They indicated 3.7% of the funding coming from government, local NGOs 1.2, and central government 1.2. The 3.7 is from the district local governments. Let's move on, please. We try to map out also the presence of our members in the different here. The regions of Mid-Eastern and Mid-Central, these two, have the least presence of WASH, our members' presence, where we have only 4, in Mid-Central and 12 in Mid-Eastern. And some regions like Western have the majority with 25, and followed by, it's Western and Rwenzori actually. No, sorry, Rwenzori have 15. Majority have 15. And Busoga also has 21. So there is need for us to also share this information to our members to spread out. Many times, especially when we meet members of parliament who are also more grounded, you know, and some district local governments, they inform us that, you know what, in my district, I don't have any WASH CSO operating there. And yet the statistics indicate that the condition in that district is still wanting. So this is information that we are also going to embark on within the next year to promote our members, to interest them to spread out more if we are to leave no one behind. So if you go down specifically, briefly, I'll try to summarize this. The investments per each NDP3 program. Okay. Let's start with the CSO investment versus the NDP3. Like I mentioned before, under the human capital development, the indicated budget for the last financial year 2021-2022 was 5.9 trillion. And the total investment under by our members is 77.4 billion, contributing to 1.3% of the total budget for the human capital development. Natural resources have already reported the budget and our contribution of percentage contribution 0.04 by CSOs under the natural resources, and for agro-industrialization is 0.03. So members, we've been hearing the voices today. I've already mentioned that. Let's make sure that we broaden our investments in these other programs, especially the natural resources program that oversees climate change, issues of IWRM, if we are to make sure that our services are sustainable, you know. But also for those of you who may not know, that's where the money is, you know. So you should think about it. Anyway, so the breakdown under human capital development, the biggest investment, like I mentioned, is under promotion of safe water, where a total of 47.7 billion was invested, and 1,382 new systems were put in place, equating to close to 1 billion beneficiaries across the country. We are happy to know that this time some of our members are solely like WAVE, you know. They are solely focusing on operation and maintenance of rural water sources. So in our tool this time, we captured the contribution of our members who are focusing on O&M, and a total of 495 systems were rehabilitated or extended. Okay. This trend here, sorry, go back. The graph is indicating that trend of investment, specifically for safe water, for water infrastructure, and there's a reduction from 61.1 last year to 47.7 billion this year. And this one here is indicating the total number of, well, the breakdown of where the investment was made, and most of it is putting in place new point water sources. Then there was some contribution towards rainwater harvesting, which is good. There's quite a big increment. Piped solar water system, we have 27 in total. and piped water supply system. I think this is more, this is solar, and this is not solar. There's gravity, but there's also okay, gravity. Okay, let's move on to the next, please. Sanitation and hygiene, where we had a total investment of 16.4 billion and 50,000 households who were, as you know, beneficiaries. A total of 47,000 hand washing facilities were put in place, and 1.6 beneficiaries were registered during the year. The investment also declined from 13.3 last year to 9.9 billion. No, sorry, it increased to 16.4. Sorry, from 25.3 to 16.4 billion this year. Sanitation and hygiene, because I think it's quite easy for CSOs. So that's where, like I shared before, we have a majority of our members indicating to have interventions there. So we have 57 of our members who indicated to have interventions to do with sanitation and hygiene. A total of 3,595 villages were declared open defecation free. However, I've always had discussions with Minister of Water and Environment who have always queried some of those, some of that reporting. So this takes us back to the issue of validation, you know, as we put all this, because at one time we gave this figure to the ministry, and ours was more or less double than government. They said, but are you sure? And yet also us, we submit what you give us. But now going forward, hope with the partnership of our regional coordinators and the district focal points, these are some of the things that we should try to address. Then also 737 stances we are put up in schools. Thank you, members, for making sure that you also prioritize institutional wash. Then also 56 menstrual hygiene rooms were put up in different schools. Next, please. The investment within the natural resources program, I've already mentioned a total amount of 700 million was invested, and this was by 16 CSOs operating within 9 out of 23 catchment areas within the country. And a total number of 2,800 hectares were put under restoration, and that is really to do with wetlands. Next, please. Agro-industrialization. Sorry. I think I've already talked about this. Maybe just to mention the key areas, if you could go back. The key areas where our members who work within the Natural Resources and Climate Change Program, they mainly focus around the restoring riverbanks, wetlands, forests, where we had only one who registered that, and also learning sites. You know, I think there's much to do, work to do around curbing on pollution, and also putting in place wash facilities, like we know some of our members, Katosi, in the house, that is one of their hotspots or niche in their programs. As I conclude, okay, agro-industrialization. Here we have the list number of our members, like I shared before, and only 500 billion registered to be invested. 21 irrigation systems were put in place, and a storage capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, registering 3,000 beneficiaries. But what I can say is that even this came up last year. You've been hearing me talk about some of these indicators, for instance, the irrigation systems being 21. We compared these targets with the NDP3 targets. And you find that within NDP3, they may have a total target of around maybe 15 irrigation schemes put in place. However, they did not indicate the scope, you know. So we as CSOs, we come up and indicate, hey, we put up 21, but what's the scope? What's the size? So these are some of the issues that we are fronting to the National Planning Authority to make sure that they work closely with the ministry and us to come up with for the targets in there to be more smart, okay, so that they are comparable. If NGOs were reporting 21 irrigation systems or 15 water systems put in place, are they comparable to what government was targeting? You know, is it serving the whole village or ours is from here to the other yard? Okay, so our recommendations, I've already talked about the issue of mutual accountability, where we need to really make sure that as CSOs, we address it. By us reporting, and so the mechanisms we've put in place I've already talked about, enhancing on our capacity, working closely with our regional coordinators and the district focal points to support in this. Then something else that has been coming up, some of you members have been saying that at times sitting to compile this annual report is too, you know, you delegate a week. So what we are recommending this time is that we are going to start compiling these reports on a quarterly, so that by the end of the year, we just put together the different quarterly reports that you submit. And I think it will also be easier for our structures on the ground to be abreast with such reporting that you'll be submitting. Then, of course, the call on innovation and research, I think this has been called upon even this morning, and capacity building and advocacy, all these things, mechanisms that we are saying that we as CSOs we should adopt to make sure that we promote the learning, we promote the sharing, you know, that we are all doing, and also identify what are those gaps. Let's make use of these virtual forums that we've started. I can see here we have close to 40 participants in addition to the more than 100 whom we have here. So let's make use of these forums now that should enable these engagements to happen. The next one is, I think you saw, we just had more than 600 point sources put in place. As the WASNET, one of our calling is to make sure that we try to promote what government, some of the policies that government is adopting, because we jointly identify them, that they are contributing to the good of the country. And one of the things that is called upon us as civil society organizations is to merge our efforts. That's why such forums that we are putting in place, the thematic working groups, the regional coordination structures, are to enable you to identify who are your partners that you can partner with, so that you can move from point sources, you know, to bigger systems that can bring water, to enable water to be more accessible to our communities. So we are calling on you to look out for such initiatives, such partnerships, because that's what these forums are supposed to promote. Partnerships and networking, so that your synergies can be merged for bigger and better impact. Then lastly, I think we've been talking about the issue of financing. We cannot run away. I think it was Honorable Sinus who mentioned, and this is something we've also been supporting government in promoting, because like he shared earlier, from the time the ministry developed the sector investment plan. That's a couple of years ago. It identified that if we are to meet the SDGs, which we are now, I think, 8 years to meet and see where we are as a country, we are more or less even not meeting half the targets that we set up to meet. So there is need for us to lobby jointly with different stakeholders, including government, for that financing, for adequate financing to be allocated to the different programs that we are implementing. However, this can only be successful if we generate that evidence that is required from the ground, if we identify and target who the unserved are and what is preventing them from being served, and we use such forums and beyond to table this to the right ears. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. That is the annual performance for us as WASH CSOs. Looking forward to better performance like I've been emphasizing all through. And this is mainly if we all appreciate more the coordination role that is done and what it contributes to each one of our individual organizations and to us as individual members of the community. Thank you very much.
Give our Executive Director, WASNET, Madam Yunia Musazi, thank you so much for that comprehensive report about the activities that have been done in the last 1 year. But I seem to have noticed a decrease in investment in terms of money that is being committed to the activities. I don't know whether that was what also you noted. And isn't that a cause for worry in the how do we move if it decreases now, what happens next year and the other year? I think it's a meeting like this where we can find solutions. But it has been such a lengthy, comprehensive report, and I think it is better we get to hear from you, if you don't mind. We'll have some kind of a plenary question and answer session. And I remember I had also read for you the questions that were sent online to the earlier panelists. Probably we can go through them, because if somebody has endeavored to write and keep online, they really need an answer. So I remember there was a question for Miriam from the Minister of Water and Environment. But also, if you have an issue right now, maybe in what you have had or what you want to add, let me see your hands up so that we get to hear you. Because this forum is also intended to, bring ideas, be able to spot out something that you think maybe went well and you want to enhance that, or maybe add value in any direction. So ladies and gentlemen, let the ideas flow in this auditorium. Who is going first? Okay. Okay, it looks like Miriam is. I have a gentleman there with his hand up. Looks like the person from the Ministry of Water has left. But if there's anybody who can step in and answering that question, I would think whoever asked really deserves an answer. It deserves a response. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kamara. I'm Goma Brian Emmanuel from Ministry of Water and Environment.
Okay.
I want to address the question that was given to us. How are the local people being involved in the management of water resources? As a ministry, we have come up with an innovative approach. That is the catchment-based water resources management approach. That is a bottom-up approach, where the local people are heavily involved in the management of water resources, and this is through the development of the catchment management plans. And it's quite a rigorous activity, where it blends the science, it blends the indigenous knowledge in coming up with a very good strategic document in managing water resources at the catchment level. And the ministry has also gone beyond the planning phase. That is now the implementation. As we plan for the water resources, we also go and implement some of these catchment remedial measures. So that is how the local people are heavily involved in the management of water resources. And we also give them power that the water resources are actually yours. You be the custodians of all these natural resources. So that is the strategic direction we have taken as a ministry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification on what is being done. I can see, if you look ahead, the thematic working group, some of these things are going to be tackled in detail. For example, when we go to presentation on ecosystem and climate change, when we go to buffer zone protection for climate resilience, I'm sure they will be able to deal with these issues more in detail. Because in most cases, we haven't done a good job in trying to sustainably use our resources, especially the water streams and wetlands. The way how we're dealing with them is presenting ourselves with an existential threat. Okay, another issue. Hey, Mr. Muhumuzaf.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Kamara. Just comment on one or two issues. One is sector reporting. How do we ensure, the CSOs can, more and more can report. Just a suggestion, it's food for thought. I was thinking of like motivation, simple motivation. It could be, for example, a certificate of appreciation, which can be signed by the ED USNet, is signed by the board chair, it's also signed by the Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, and then you issue these certificates to members that have reported. I think it's something which can, motivate the members, and if they have these certificates signed by the Honorable Minister, by the board chair, by ED, and it's hanged in a, in a CSO office, I think to be something good that it's food for thought. Things like those which might not be expensive, but which can help to increase, reporting for the in the subsequent year. Then another issue is the certification of the ODF. The ODF communities, ED mentioned the issue of contestation, by at times, government agencies. So I'm thinking if we liaise with the Environmental Health Division of the Ministry of Health, then we can be able, to collaborate with them and get, accurate data with regard to that aspect, since, they issue certificates of ODF after the 4th level of verification. Then lastly is the issue of advocacy, WASH advocacy at especially, district and the sub-county levels. There are WASH dialogues organized in at sub-counties, but also at the, the district level to take advantage, of course, of structures like district councils, so that, NGOs within the different parts of the country can take advantage of, such councils to advocate, WASH aspects, including, increased budgeting for WASH, but also increasing tension on most WASH aspects, including, of course, aspects of climate change, as we've been discussing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhumuza. Yes, there is another up here.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara. This is Rashida from Simavi. Just to build on to what the previous speakers mentioned, last year USNet went digital in terms of reporting. is there a chance, Madam ED, that our digital monitoring tool was not appreciated by our CSOs? Is there a chance that we as CSOs are not ready to be mutually accountable? Because this is the time when we want to actually walk the talk. Is it possible that we can embed the component of accountability into the existing tool? For instance, if you're saying we have built 14 boreholes, can you put a GPS coordinate to that? Such that we are not reporting on the same borehole that another CSO has built, that another government facility has put up. Can we ensure that we are mutually accountable? If you say we have 12 villages that are ODF, can we actually plot those villages on our maps? Such that the ministry cannot stand here and say, USNet, I think we are doubting your figures. They are double our figures. Can we ensure that we are walking the talk? If we are going digital and there's that shift, I think many times it is CSOs that drive that shift. But it is a shame that we are actually not taking the lead. Can we then bring on board other institutions, for instance, the academic institutions? If we're talking about research and innovation, there is no way USNet is going to run away from the academic institutions. They will help us to design the climate resilient sanitation technologies that will beat the floods. They will help us design all sorts of gender inclusive solutions for girls, for women. And then looking at the theme that we have today, the linkage between WASH and climate change, I feel that we are not yet there. If you look at our reporting, this climate change component got 700 million shillings. We have almost not begun the journey because the results on climate change are far-reaching. You invest so much, but you do not get the results in the short term. What are those investments that we as CSOs need to put in place to ensure that climate change gets financing?
Okay, I'm sure you have ended with a question, and I'm sure your colleagues have had that question, and perhaps they can be able to answer it. But the issue of data and reporting has been, has come up from different people who are giving their responses. Maybe, Madam Edie, we would want you to hear from you. You talked about the data on ODF. Maybe there's contestation about it. Why do we find that sometimes we don't agree on that data? And what is causing the decrease in investment, in financing, and also what do we need to do so that we can have higher reporting? Because somebody was questioning whether the tools you have created, maybe they have not been appreciated. So what could be the issue? Maybe we give you a microphone once again, Madam Edie, and you respond to those.
Thank you very much. Well, I think some of the issues raised really were just maybe just point of information, but they're related to the questions that you're still posing. The first one of the decrease in the investment, like I shared, there's that decrease mainly because of the lower reporting. Last year we had more than 90 CSOs reporting. This year we've had 60, around 68 members reporting. So that alone impacts on the investment. Why are members not reporting? Yes, we went digital, and I think this is something even the ministry is calling for, that we are all calling for. As a secretariat, like I shared, we've really made sure that we support our members, those who need hands-on, support to make sure that they really understand and embrace that tool that we've done. And also our regional coordinators, we've made sure that we also build their capacity to support the members. But like I said, going forward, with the introduction of district focal points, whom I'm happy to note that on the different forums where the regions are clustered on WhatsApp or emails, there is enthusiasm by different members to take up these roles. So we are hoping and looking forward to make use of also these district focal points who are going to support the regional coordinators, you know, to make sure that at least that gap is still bridged in terms of having a grip on the members in each district, and in case it comes in terms of being called upon to report, that report is submitted, and also some input to make sure that what the members are reporting is validated. Still around digitalization, Rashida, you mentioned the issue of how can we make sure that we embed the credibility of what is reported within that tool. We do have that for the water sources. Members are called upon to fill in, you know, where is Bernadette? Is she there? Yes, we have Emily there. She can help to expound on that, to submit those forms. However, I think there is something, because we also want those forms to be aligned, to be well aligned straight to the Ministry of Water and Environment database. Okay? But the sanitation, I don't think that is. Bernadette, can you confirm that? The ODF villages, those ones are not. And maybe that's something. Those are issues that we can pick up.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam ED. Bernadette? Or, okay, take a microphone to her. In the meantime, may I also recognize the presence within us, amongst us here, Honorable Achora Nancy. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Honorable Kambaga Jacob Atenyi with us. We have Honorable Christine Sendaula, Honorable Agasha Juliet Bashisha, Honorable Sarah Stephen, and Honorable Teta Geoffrey. Thank you so much. We were honored earlier, honorable members, that the chairman of the Parliamentary Forum on WASH was here, Honorable Silas, MP for Kumi Municipality. We also had the Honorable Roland from, I think, Rukiga County. We had the Honorable Tembo Mujungu from Musongora. And now we are double honored to have you here. Thank you so much. Okay, you could go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Papa Lilian Obiale, the District Woman MP for Arua District. I'll talk from two fronts because I've been working with the civil society, and the organization where I was working was a member of the forum, and at one point we represented West Nile region actually in the board. That is Seaford from West Nile. I've liked the updates where we've gone digital, but I wanted to comment on how the members report and make use of the tools that are developed. It is, let me say, project specific. When an organization has funds in WASH, you find they are more active in this sector, and they are facilitated and supported to report and to account. But in an event where the funds in a specific sector dwindle, the participation obviously goes down. And they start looking at the forum. You know, at times the forum is looked at, or the network is looked at as a donor by partners, and that makes it very complex. When the influx of refugees came in, of course, the component of WASH, especially for us in West Nile, was very broad. But then the WASH in a refugee setting also came with its own, setups. The reporting, you have a donor that is funding you for a quarter, maybe for 6 months, and by the time the year is ending, the network wants a report, you don't even know where to capture, and where to end. So it brought in a lot of, let me say confusion in a way. So I'm sure by now we have integrated that because the refugees have been here for a while. Of course, there were also tools in that setting. But on the other side, as a legislator, I appreciate this network. It is doing a lot. When we go digital, I don't want to underlook government, especially the local governments. But I know their pace in the digital world because it's because of a number of reasons. Probably they don't have some equipment that civil society would be having. But I feel it's very important that we continue to look into building the capacities of local governments, because if we were to integrate, I like the idea of, coordinating these centers, because CSOs have been blamed for, duplicating, reporting, all these things. And at times, even for us in our area, you would be like, this center is by the CSO, the government is wanting to own it. So let's capacitate the local government so that when we have the district coordinators and all that, we can pull the small resources together and have a bigger impact. And the reporting is very key because many times partners CSOs have lost monies just because, not that we don't implement or use the money well, but because we don't report rightly at the right time and give all the information in the systems at the right time as expected. So that is the small input I wanted to give. On the side of Parliament, some of us, it's my first term. As I said, I was working with civil society organizations. There's also a lot to learn this side because Parliament, yes, makes the laws, but another entity has to enforce it. The appropriation is done, and where it reaches to, we do appropriation, then we do the oversight. By the time you're going for oversight, after appropriation, midway, many things have happened. I had comments here how some members were a bit dissatisfied with what the legislators are doing, but they are trying, and I appreciate when you question, then people can open their eyes and do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. And we appreciate the role that members of parliament are doing, especially in appropriation, but also what we're asking, that there should be effective utilization when the money is already disbursed. But I'm sure that's what you do when you are doing your oversight role. Thank you so much. And it's an honor to know we have an ambassador in parliament, somebody who understands our issues. Now, when they are talking about WASH, there's somebody who can add value and maybe tell other people to know more. Honorable members, for those of you who have just come in, perhaps you want to tell us something on water, sanitation, and hygiene, what you have been able to see, what is lacking, and perhaps how we can make the situation better. As you think about those thoughts, in case you want to, let me also ask Benedetta. Earlier, the ED was asking you to add more information on the issue, or on the data. Benedetta.
Thank you so much. To give a brief highlight on the data collection process we are now using as the network, is the first thing we did is that through funding from Australian Development Corporation, we were able to review our tool, the data collection tool, to make sure it's capturing the indicators of the NDP3. So it was aligned to the reporting that the Ministry of Water and Environment does, so that data it captures. That's how we were able to modify it that way this year, and we carried out several capacity building sessions with our members to make sure that they are on board and they can easily use that tool. When it came to data collection on those water points, we specifically provided a sheet, a separate sheet where they provide the coordinates of those newly constructed water points. So we also use the ministry's template to get those details of the coordinates, but also the names of those different water points that are captured. However, when it comes to ODF, we would just ask for the number of villages that were declared ODF without probing further into whether they have a certificate from Ministry of Health or not. So that is the little I can respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedetta there. Honorable Karwanga Tenyi, do you have something to add to this? Okay. Here there was Justin Otai, who was following us online. He says, on open defecation reporting, it is real difficult to verify it. Could it be recommended that instead of reporting on ODF and basing on ideology on market-based sanitation initiatives, why can't we report on actual sanitation facilities, basic or improved? Or OD means there is no sanitation facility in this case. This is Otai online. Gilbert Guma says, how do we strengthen governance in climate change in order to minimize the effects as well as anchor better adaptation mechanism? Thank you so much, Gilbert and Justin Otai. Yes, we have a member wants to make a contribution. I'm going to take 3 more that will be taking us to lunchtime.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anne-Mary Agaba Olwedo. I come from Africa Water Solutions, and currently we are the Assistant Regional Coordinator for Busoga. My proposal is in line with the increased reporting because we've seen anyone that saw the tools, last year's tool was more complicated than this year's tool. So it means that if there is a drop in the reporting rate, then there are issues that are more than we can imagine. So I would like to simply suggest that maybe you could do a survey of the members that dropped. If we had about 90 last year and now we have 60, what happened to those 30? Can we send out an online form to them and find out what are their challenges so that we are able to make a more informed decision and not simply assume that this is the challenge or this is the challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, we have some contribution from this side.
Thank you, moderator. I'm called George Bambale. I work with Join for Water. I wanted to respond as one who did I participated in the data collection, for example. So I think I would agree with the former presenter when it comes to data collection. The tool are not hard, yeah. We did the data collection, filled in, but I want us to focus more on the analysis of the report the ED presented. To me, I believe from the analysis from the different years, you can see that 2019, 2020, 2021, there was an increase in investment, yeah, but 2021, 2022, there is a decrease. And I will talk from the donor side because as Join for Water, we do support some implementing partners to do work in the different areas where I work. I will tell you that there has been a reduction in donor funding. And we should expect this in the coming years. It's not a surprise when I saw the decrease. I was like, really, this is what is happening. Because from our current program, last program we used to support 3 partners, but now we support 2. What does it mean? Yeah, so meaning that there is a decrease in funding, and I saw also we are doing bad when it comes to private sector. I saw we're at 3.7. So I think for us in moving forward is to tap into other sources of funding so that we are able to do more when it comes to the activities we do in the various areas. But my issue is on the funding decrease. Yeah. Maybe some other partners have not reported because they don't have the funding. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's face it, there is a national and global financial squeeze, and probably there's a way how everybody and every sector is getting affected in some way. And that has been happening almost for the last 2 years. Okay. Yes, sir. And probably that will be the last submission.
Just I want to thank, my name is Emmanuel Opus, working for Veltunga Healthcare and also regional coordinator for TESO. Just something about ODA verification, just like the ED presented. I know different CSOs have different verification procedures, but I'm also very sure that there are very clear guidelines spelled out for the verification of communities and certification of communities for open defecation free. And also know that the ministry officials, particularly from district level, district DHOs and district water officers are part and parcel of the verification procedures. The unfortunate bit of all of us who are within the sector know that declaring a community open defecation free can be declared today. Tomorrow, it is already OD, a community. And I think what we would look at as CSOs within the sector is adopting climate change resilient sanitation, where we adopt technologies that can persist the changes in climate. For example, of course, there are a lot of technologies in like the dry compost toilets, the others that can work into this search of communities. And I believe as CSOs, we should be looking forward and also maybe adopting other measures on how to sustain open defecation-free communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that will bring us to the close of the session for this afternoon. Okay, very quickly.
Thank you, Kamara. Just a brief one. I'm just thinking, my name is Val Benjamin, from Katosu Development Trust. I just want to call upon us as a network to think of ways how we can keep ourselves together. For example, now that the financial support is declining, if I do not have an activity I'm implementing in WASH, then I will not report. Because that is why the curve is going down. Can we think of ways of keeping us together, even if we are not implementing right now because of financial constraints, but we stay together as a network and have some kind of follow-up on those organizations, like someone was saying, do we go and how do we keep in touch with those organizations that reported previously but have not reported today? Why? There should be a way of keeping us together, holding us together so that we maintain the curve. Even if I've not implemented an activity, but I can report, because we also said not doing an activity, not reporting any investment is also reporting. We just want to maintain that curve.
Thank you so much, Val. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for this afternoon session. It's time for lunch. Now I can see it's 1 p.m. and that's the time allotted for lunch. Madam ED, I want to thank you. Madam Board Chair, I want to thank you, members of Parliament and members of civil society organization in here and development partners. So far it has been so good, and we hope when we come back after lunch, even take it to a higher level with your participation, with the exchange of ideas, and of course giving us the reporting that will open the whole situation for us to know where we are and where we want to be. May I maybe request somebody from UASNet to let us know how we are going to have our lunch and where. Thank you very much. you'll be directed where that is. But in the meantime, there's an exhibition at the back. Please, you can look at the exhibition at the back. And also, in these 10 minutes as the coupons are coming in, please, you can do the networking. It's always good to know who is here, what expertise they have. You can go back with a friend or as you improve on your network. They say your network is your net worth. You can improve on your network, but also look at the exhibitions at the back, and the coupons are being supplied. But I hope, Bernadette, as you as you give the coupons, you also explain where exactly they're going to find the lunch.
Hello. Good afternoon. Now, our lunch is going to be served at the next building up there. For those who are privy to, Hotel Africana, that part on top of the next building here. So we go down and then up on the stairs. Thank you very much. Yes, we are saying that the lunch break is strictly 1 hour, so we are expected back in the hall at exactly 2 p.m. And then all the media who want to capture, who want to have interviews with the executive director, the interviews are done at the front here. Please be fast. We are not going to ask her to repeat herself. Thank you.
Why you? Why you? NIA.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? I want to welcome you back from the lunch break, and we surely have more than a quorum. So there's no reason why we shouldn't continue. If there are other colleagues, they will find us as we move forward with our program. And so what we have next is the thematic working group, a joint presentation on ecosystems, climate change, and WASH, and also collaboration with government on water resources management and climate change resilience cases from Umpanga catchment area, that is, I suppose, in the Rwenzori region. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome with a round of applause Marion Icheduna to come and take us through the next session. And Marion will also later call on the joint presenter because they're doing it together.
Thank you so much, Bwana Kamara. And let me add my voice to make mention of the fact that I hope we shall make the best use of a heavy afternoon. What I can promise you is that it's going to be very engaging because we are bringing the cases from the different regions. But today, we'll put more focus on the Albertine region. So before our presenters come on, I just want to highlight a bit about our working group. The working group that is engaging this afternoon is the Integrated Water Resource Management, Climate Change and Environment Thematic Working Group under the network, WASNET. We have recently had new leadership, and for purposes of just us knowing who the new leadership for the thematic working group is, I would like to take this moment to introduce the leaders for the thematic working group. Myself, I'm the chairperson, and that is Join for Water. We are the ones that are chairing the thematic working group. And we are deputized by Living Water International. I don't know if they're in the house. Yes, right there. And our secretary is from RICA, Rural Initiatives for Water. So this afternoon, indeed, like Kamara has rightly put it, we are going to have a first keynote address, and one of our members, IIRR, will come and present a bit showing the linkage and where we are coming from into the approaches that we implement as members within this thematic working group. Then we will have a very insightful presentation of cases from the Rwenzori region on how we are working in collaboration with government to implement IWRM, climate change, and WASH interventions. What I will say is that these presentations are representing part of the members, but most of the members are also in the audience. So I implore us to have an active engagement in terms of inputting to what the people coming to represent are going to present, but also feel free to point out issues that we need to be discussing on this afternoon. So after the presentation, we shall delve into a panel discussion with quite a very rich team. We'll have Ministry of Water and Environment, we'll have representation from the district local government, and we shall have CSO representation. We will introduce them when we come to that part of the agenda. But for now, let me take this opportunity to invite one of our members, IIRR, to give us an opening address or presentation to this theme. Mr. Robert Kalisa, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Marion. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back for this afternoon session. I'm called Robert Kalisa, and I work with the International Institute of Rural Reconstruction, which we normally abbreviate as IIRR. And on behalf of the IWRM working group, I'm going to make a presentation about integrating climate change, which is our theme for today, how we can integrate climate change, integrated water resources management, and ecosystems-based approaches in our WASH activities. And in terms of the summary of my presentation, next slide, I'm going to present about ecosystems and specifically the resources in the ecosystem. That is the summary of the presentation. And I will try to allude into the linkage between climate change and ecosystems, because these are systems which are interdependent of the other. And I will dive into the ecosystems-based approach, and specifically how we look at integrated water resources management, climate change, and WASH when we talk about the ecosystems-based approaches. Then I will also look into, if you are doing planning, how can you adopt and implement an ecosystems-based WASH. I'll give some examples of how we have integrated water resources management approach in Uganda as part of the ecosystems-based approach. And I'll also give some examples where we have done ecosystems-based IWRM. So in a summary, this is the presentation that I am going to make. Next slide. So when we talk of ecosystems, all of our needs, we derive all our needs, we derive all our resources from the ecosystems. And in this picture, we have tried to show the different resources that we get from the ecosystem. Specifically, the ecosystems provide us with a number of services, resources, biomass resources. They are very, very important resources for us. The forest resources are very, very important in terms of providing us with a number of resources. In the ecosystem, we get a number of resources. For example, most of us, we use firewood and charcoal. These are very important resources in the ecosystem. Fish and all the related resources are very, very important resources in terms of food. The other resources that are very important is food, because all of us, we need food and we derive food from the ecosystem. So the ecosystems provides us with a number of services which we have just tried to summarize in this. So in the next slide, still we derive our water resources from the ecosystem. And of course, the ecosystems provide us with key resources: water for our animals, water that is drinking water for us, the land and soil resources where we cultivate our food. All these are derived from the ecosystems, the forests, the trees, and all these are the different services that the ecosystems provide. They also provide us with a number of services, like the regulating services. They act as sinks, flood prevention, recycling of nutrients. So they provide us with a number of services. And in this slide, we have tried to give the linkage between climate change and the ecosystems, specifically how climate change affects the ecosystem services that are very, very critical for our survival. And in terms of the global drivers, we all know the drivers of climate change. One of it is population, human activities, and then the different manifestations in terms of climate change. Here we have summarized them in terms of the increase in temperature, the increase in precipitation, rainfall, extreme events. All these, they have a very, very big bearing or a very, very big impact on the kind of services that the ecosystems provide. Because when you look at the services that the ecosystems provide, these are specifically the provisioning services, the food, which I have just talked about, the water, and all the other services. They also affect the other services like the regulating services. So climate change has a very, very big impact on how the ecosystems regulate and support our living. So the number of services that are affected due to climate change and human activities. And all these changes, there is a way how they are linked in a way that they change the functioning of the ecosystems. So climate change has a very, very big bearing on how our ecosystems function. And in some cases or in some areas, it has resulted into conflicts. And also it has increased the vulnerability of our people and all of us. For us as a country, it has also increased the vulnerability because we are a natural resource dependent kind of economy. So the changes in the climate, the changes in the ecosystems, we have manifested them in terms of changing water security and ecosystems services. And these have also altered the systems, the controls, and all the other services. So what does this mean? It means that also the policies, the institutions, the services also have to change because climate change has a very, very big bearing on the way we do. So right now we are here in the room and we are discussing about new policies, governance, and all the other activities. So all these activities are a manifestation of climate change. So this is the linkage that we have between the ecosystems, the services, and how these services are impacted by climate change. Next slide. So in terms of the impacts, we see a lot of impacts, and I want you to run through them. You put them, but the first one is in terms of the hectares. Over 800,000 hectares of cropland is destroyed annually in Uganda. Water-related disasters, please, you can flash all the impacts, but the first one is that in Uganda, every year, our people, in terms of the hectares that are affected, over 800,000 hectares are destroyed. Then in terms of the economy, we all know that 80% of Ugandans depend on natural resources. These are in terms of forests, agricultural land, wetlands, water resources. They play a very big part in our economy. But what is disturbing is that every year, 800,000 hectares of crops are destroyed through water-related kind of disasters. So this is a very big kind of issue. Then, in terms of income, every year our people lose, or government lose, 120 billion in terms of money that farmers or other people would have received. All of it is lost because of water and climate-related disasters. And this is here in Uganda. So every year, 120 billion is lost. Then in terms of the natural resource base, over 1,174,000 hectares of forests, wetlands, riverbanks are degraded. So this is an alarming rate currently that we have. And then when you look at our big mountains, the University College of London has made a study, and it has projected that in the next 2 decades, we might lose all the glaciers, especially on Mount Renzori. So it is also going. Then we all know the landslide. I think 5 years ago, we received a very big landslide which killed over 360 people. And every day, our people lose lives because of water-related kind of disasters. So in a summary, all our activities are contributing to the degradation of the ecosystems, and also our activities are contributing to that. Then in terms of the wetlands, we acknowledge that they play a very, very big role in terms of regulating, purification, and all the other services. But all of these, we are losing them at an unprecedented rate. So these are some of the impacts that we have put up, so that we are able to tease our policy makers, we are able to check on ourselves, and then we see how we move on. Next slide. So, if you are doing ecosystems-based WASH or IWRM, how best can you do an ecosystems-based WASH or integrated water resources management? How best can you do it? Well, there are different kind of activities, methodologies, but what we emphasize is that when you are planning for an ecosystems-based kind of approach, ecosystems-based WASH or ecosystems-based disaster risk reduction, ecosystems-based IWRM, it depends on the ecosystem where you are working. We all work in different ecosystems. We have the forest ecosystems, the wetland ecosystems, the dryland ecosystems, the mountain ecosystems. All these are very, very important when you are doing planning. For example, I can give an example. The way a person in Karamoja, which is a dryland ecosystem, adapts to climate change impacts may be totally different from how someone in Kabale who is living in the mountain ecosystem. These are different ecosystems. So the way they adapt to the impacts of climate change will also differ because our people, in terms of adaptation, they run to the resources that are near them. So if the nearest resource is a wetland, if the nearest resource is a forest, they directly impact on the kind of adaptation strategies that our people will take. So if you are planning, if you are designing an ecosystems-based approach, it's very, very important. Next slide. I'm going to give an example of how we have adopted an ecosystems-based approach. This is just one example, which I'm going to give. And specifically, it will be the catchment-based IWRM approach, where we have tried to integrate climate change and WASH. Next slide. So this is just one of the examples that I'm going to give. And specifically, I will delve into the IWRM approach, which government has adopted. We all know that in 2008, government adopted the IWRM approach, where water resources services were decentralized, and our water resources were delineated into 4 water management zones, which all of us know. And of course, this was a policy shift which was geared at changing the way we look at our resources. So these are the 4 main ecosystems where our water resources are being managed. Next slide. And of course, when government adopted this approach, it was cognizant that water is a very, very critical resource, especially in terms of the Dublin principles. It is an economic good. That is one of the key issues. It should be managed in a participatory approach. It's an infinite resource. That means it is also vulnerable to impacts of climate change, and also women playing a very, very big role in the management of the water resources. These are very, very important principles that we have looked at as a country. Next slide. And in this picture, we have tried to summarize the integrated water resources management approach in this picture, because when you look at this picture, this is an example of a catchment, and within a catchment, there are a number of activities which are taking place. These are the different activities which utilize water resources. We have the farmers, we have the tourists, we have the electricity generation, the number of activities, the number of interactions, the number of activities. And these activities are very, very important. The users, they are very, very important in IWRM. And that's why we are emphasizing that WASH is part and parcel of the IWRM approach. So here you are seeing a number of users. Next slide. And this is an example which we have been using, especially for us who have been working in Choga Water Management Zone. The number of different competing uses for water resources. We have hydropower generation. We have, this is source of the Nile. This is one of the pictures we took in River Manafa in Butaleja. That is 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, where the farmers were diverting water from River Manafa to irrigate their rice. we have the industrialists. So we have a number of different competing users and users of water resources. So if you are planning and if you are adopting a IWRM approach, it is very, very critical for you to bring these stakeholders on board. Next slide, as I wrap up. So what is very critical for us in WASH and how can we build resilient WASH systems? We have to work with all the other users. That has been the missing link. In the past, we have been designing WASH systems as independent systems, but we are emphasizing that under the IWRM approach, WASH is part of the big IWRM system. But what is very important about it, for it, it is a continuous process, and it heavily relies on high quality drinking water. That is the most important part of WASH in the IWRM system. Next slide, as I wrap up. So already government has provided us with a planning framework. The policies have changed, and these are the planning framework. This is the planning framework for catchment-based water resources management. My next presenter is going to present about how we have used and adopted this approach in terms of engaging with government. But what is very important, this is the planning framework, the analysis, the socio-ecological analysis, and all the others. They are very, very important if you're integrating climate change. So I think this is my last slide. Yeah, thank you. So next slide, as I wrap up the session, this is an example of how we have used IWRM approach. This is one of the communities in Awoja, that is Amuria. These are people who were living near Apeduru Dam, near Apeduru Dam. And when we visited them 3-4 years ago, we found that there was a lot of flooding. Part of the dam embankment had been destroyed because of flooding. And we just applied very few resources in terms of desilting, in terms of supporting them, in terms of restoring the riverbank, the dam embankment, and also supporting them with related activities. People who are living adjacent Apeduru Dam, they could not access services. The roads, all of them had been destroyed. But with just a very few resources, less than even 100 million, you can do a lot of impact. You can restore ecosystems. You can bring back the livelihoods of people, and then you can build a resilient WASH ecosystem. So thank you very much. This is the first presentation. My next colleague is going to give a presentation on how WASH has been, how we have engaged government to do WASH projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert, and a very big round of applause to Robert again. He has given us a broad overview, and please, for the interest of time, if you have any comment, anything you want for clarity, kindly write it down so that we have the second presentation and then our panel. Then we can open up for our discussions. So, yes, Edie?
Of his presentation, the previous slide, the framework, and I see people nodding, because if we're here, because this is really, if you could go back to the framework and just walk us briefly through what is entailed in that that one, because we're here to know how to exactly, as you're telling us.
Okay, quickly, Robert.
Thank you very much for giving me one additional minute so that I explain more about the framework. This is the planning framework for IWRM that the ministry has given us. What is very, very important as the starting point is before you design any IWRM project in Uganda, you have to build a knowledge base. This is the starting point here. You have to describe and develop a knowledge base of your IWRM project in terms of critical studies, understanding the population, the people whom you are going to plan with. So this is the starting point when you are designing a IWRM WASH system. Information is very, very critical, and you can generate it through studies and all the others. Then the second important step is for you to understand the status of your resource in terms of the availability, the demand, the supply, and all that. So that is step number 2. You have to do a water balance or a kind of water kind of planning. Then you have to engage. Very, very critical. You have to engage the stakeholders in terms of identifying them, mobilizing them, because these are different stakeholders. The private sector, the civil society organizations, the farmers, the politicians, the policy makers, all these are very, very important stakeholders whom you have to mobilize. And you have to do a kind of strategic social impact assessment. You have to look at the assessment, the impacts of human activities, the impacts of climate change on the resource. And then after that, then now you come up with a framework on how you're going to do the planning. That is very, very important for us who are here as we are now changing our policies. We have to see that we realign our wash systems into this planning framework. Of course, you develop scenarios, you look at issues of climate change, you look at the business as usual scenarios, you look at other scenarios. If you continue to degrade the environment, what will be the impacts? If you continue to do this, what will be the impact? So these are the scenarios. And then what is very critical is you come up with a catchment-based plan that is participatory. And that is where our wash systems should be integrated. And that has been the missing link. Most of us have been doing wash. You just come, you provide a borehole, and then you run away, and you think you have done a lot. That is not what is expected of us. We are expected to work with the other stakeholders in the catchment so that our wash is integrated. It is appreciated by the private sector and all the other members. And then you should be able to implement. So in a summary, thank you very much. I think I have used like 1 minute. But this is the planning framework that we have to use when we are designing IWRM wash systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Edie. You might have probably spoken for most of us in the room. And so I just want to encourage members that there is much more from the thematic working group that we do. So in the spaces that we shall create, I invite you to take a part of those. So without further ado, let me welcome our member from IRC to usher in the next joint presentation from a number of members. We have from IRC, Water for People, Join for Water, and RICA. So I'll hand the mic over to Robert to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Robert has impacted on all of us that have been called Robert. I'm Martin Wasisi. I work with the IRC. And the previous presenter, Robert, has emphasized that we have received these guidelines from government. We work with government. So our joint presentation is to demonstrate the collaboration with the government. So it's a joint presentation that I think is being loaded to demonstrate the collaboration between the CSOs and the government on this WASH IWRM Nexus. So it's a Water for People, IRC, Join for Water, and the RICA. And our focus is in the Albertine region. We are privileged this afternoon also to have our leader, our team leader for the Albert Water Management Zone. He's paid by government, but he leads all of us, Dr. Brian Guma behind there. So on the next slide, I just want to briefly highlight why this is important to us. That when you see a collaboration between government and the CSOs, we are able to draw synergies. We complement government efforts. We ensure that also from the civil society, the voices of the common person are amplified, and the government, as a duty bearer, is able to pick up those needs, those demands. We are also seeing that instead of trading accusations between government and the non-government on who is doing the right thing, we are able to reach far and bring in more stakeholders. So government provides us the policies, and we are able to raise these through collaborative activities, and be able to see that most of them are implemented. At the same time, CSOs, we also hold the government accountable, and I think the Albert Water Management Zone is performing well on implementing government policies and regulations, because the CSOs there are actively engaging the government arm there to ensure that these things are done, and they are done in the right way. So on the next slide, the presentation is supposed to be made by Water for People, but I've been informed that my colleague Grace did not travel from Kamwenge to make this presentation. And I will therefore go through it, and I will take the questions, literally take them to Water for People for them to answer and, respond. But Water for People, in this kind of collaboration, they have done mainly 3 things that they want to highlight at this point. One is about promotion of the catchment-based management approach in the Midwestern, in which they have contributed so far to the 90% of the development of the Rushango catchment management plan, and also the implementation of the Mpanga catchment by enabling the catchment management committees to meet regularly. I think this can be testified by the Albert Water Management Zone. The second area of their contribution has been in technological advancement, providing mainly tools for measuring the rivers, the surface water, the groundwater, and also the rain. That, I think, everybody knows that climate change impacts especially on the quantities and the qualities also of water, wherever it is, in the water resources, in terms of the rivers, in terms of the swamps, and so on. So they have provided the city divers to see the levels of water, and they also gone ahead to provide rain gauges as well as river flow gauges. But this is not only technology provided, but also training and building capacity of both the district staff as well as the Albert Water Management Zone, which is the government arm in that area. Lastly, it has been in effecting water resources policy regulations and ensuring that there is compliance, especially on people maintaining the banks of the rivers, and also the demarcated or already gazetted swamps. They have provided demarcations, and they have also gone ahead to ensure that the river Mpanga is, the banks are stabilized with the bamboo planted for over 20 kilometers. I think we know the river that could be contributing 10% of the 200 kilometers of Mpanga, but at least that is a very good contribution towards this government effort. Next, in doing this, they also mentioned that they have also found some challenges. One of them is that somebody had actually mentioned that water resources, doing work in water resources, you don't easily see the results, yet the district stakeholders, especially our political leaders, they are demanding. My people here and there do not have water. They want a tap or a borehole, and they take very little appreciation of a concrete pillar that has been invested in to demarcate river banks. So that is a challenge. On the next slide, please. They, however, recommend that now we need to go beyond being friends and being real partners as CSOs, and they probably develop kind of written kind of collaborative documents, either MOUs and so on, share technical skills, share costs, share skills, among others. So in their next step, they are going to do trainings and build more capacity, and also engage in active restoration services. For example, planting trees and contributing to tree nurseries. And the Rushango River Catchment Management Plan is not yet complete. That's one of other things that they hope to do. So that is the presentation of the collaboration between Water for People and the government, especially the government arm, Albert Water Management Zone. On the next slide, I would like to say a few things about IRC as another civil society organization that is collaborating and contributing to the efforts of government, is again through the Albert Water Management Zone. The two people in that picture are present, and they might be happy that they were sharing information because that's what exactly IRC does. So one of the areas where IRC has complemented government effort is to ensure that the Mpanga catchment is well monitored, that regulations of users is taking place by monitoring polluters and engaging them. This, we do not have the science, but we seek the government leadership, and we contribute funds that support Albert Water Management Zone to do this, especially to follow up the permit systems to ensure that those who are using the Mpanga catchment are complying with the law, and the pollution is reduced. First of all, they did also a water quality to ensure that challenges along the 200 kilometers are identified where the pollution levels are high, and who is probably responsible and is engaged and sensitized. We have also contributed to the Mpanga catchment management by supporting the committees and also engaging what the moderator in the morning said, the fourth estate. Right now, I think as we are here, our colleagues in the Renzori who formed the Renzori Media, Wash Media, are already engaging with this forum, and they are contributing greatly, because somebody, the MP here said, you should use the media to raise their voice and amplify what they are doing. Learning, documentation, as well as lobbying. If you go on YouTube, you'll find quite enough documentaries that demonstrate, that appeal to you in terms of doing some work for Mpanga. Next, so these I have already mentioned a number of them as positive outcomes that as a result of this collaboration, but I would just pick up one thing to see that the political leadership in that region has been greatly engaging the technical part of government and the civil society. And in the panel discussion that will follow this presentation, you will see one of the political leaders, and I would also like to mention that the chairperson of the Mpanga Catchment Management Committee is a political leader, the chairperson of Kabarole District, and the Uruga president. And the cultural institutions have also been engaged. Right now, I understand there is an MOU being developed or concluded between government and the Toro Kingdom, especially on issues concerning Mpanga. I think the voice has gone far and wide. In the next slide, I would like to invite my colleague from Join for Water.
Thank you, Martin. I also want to add on the voice of my colleagues, the implementing partners within the region, that is the Albert Water Management Zone. I'm called George Wambali, the Program Officer, Join for Water, Uganda. So our collaboration with the lower local governments as well as the ministry, but also our thinking also, our collaboration with government or with the ministry, we have to involve even other stakeholders. That is the private sector as well as the communities, because these are the water users. Yeah? And we are doing our activities to protect and conserve these water resources in the catchment of Upper Lake Albert, Semliki, as well as Mpanga, so that we reduce on the degradation of the ecosystems, as well as to increase their conservation and protection. Martin has talked a lot on our engagement with the local governments, as well as the ministry arm, that is the Albert Water Management Zone. But I would like also to add some few things that will collaborate with the ministry, the local government, the private sector, as well as the communities. The other one is continuous environmental awareness through the important days, like the World Water Environmental Days. All of us who have come together, bring resources together, and do massive sensitization, do activities. For example, in the previous picture you saw Dr. Brian handing over the environmental week report to the country director of IRC. This was a joint collaboration. Yeah, we participated in the events, even participated in the documentation of the report. Yeah, so this is what we do with the ministry. Then we go ahead and do awareness raising in schools, even in institutions, even in communities, all of us together. So to add on that is that us as Join for Water, we have supported local governments to do enforcement, to do patrols, to ensure the encroachers are brought to book. Yeah? And then also adding on the efforts of Water for People, we have also demarcated around 15 kilometers on River Mpanga. And then also we do influence the water and environmental policies, yeah, of government by supporting the community by law formulation and dissemination. We also involve other partners such as companies, as well as government and foundations, of course also research institutions like Mountains of the Moon University and other networks, even other civil societies, but as well as private sector. Yeah? In this, to have enough funding or increase the funds so that we can protect some of these water resources. Us as Join for Water, we put protection and conservation at heart, but also aligning our activities with infrastructure management. So here I'm giving a case that we are doing. That is preservation of the catchment area in the Mpanka Gorge to improve the surrounding community's livelihood. That is Kitagwenda district. So in Kitagwenda, they have got a unique topography, yeah? So since we stay in the Albertine Rift, it's in the form of a rift. And these communities, they have a challenge of water. So all along, they have been going steep. It's 100 meters steep, going down to fetch water and all that. So there are a lot of issues. And besides that, there is a unique plant, that is the cycad, which has lived those years of the dinosaurs. So it is being promoted to be conserved. It was once announced as part of the endangered species. Yeah, it was one of the red lists, but now we are doing assessors to see is it still one of those species that is about to extinct, yeah, through our project. And with this project, we had to engage the private sector. So if you recall my remark on investment, that our investment has reduced because it's now general, yeah? So I was advocating that we reach more other sources of funding, like the private sector. Now, within Mpanka catchment, we have the Mpanka hydropower, which many people know, but now it was bought by Serengeti Energy. This is a Kenya company, and we approached it because they're interested in the catchment management protection of the water resources, because they generate electricity from River Mpanka. And recalling with Martin, the previous years, the hydropower used to produce around 6 megawatts. Its design is for 18, but 2012, 2011, all those years, it was producing 6, even 3 in terms of drought, even 1, yeah? But now, with the initiatives, with Water for People, Albert Water Management Zone, IRC, even other implementing partners, JC, NRDI, even other implementing partners within the catchment, there has been much improvement, and the river is coming back. So, back to our project, which we got with the Serengeti Energy, the hydropower plant. They gave us a project for 2 years, and we have registered at least some achievements within this project, but there are a lot of lessons that we have learned, yeah? Because we are dealing with fragile ecosystems. And when it comes to protection and conservation of these fragile ecosystems, people tend to resist because you are touching what makes them live. Yeah? It's like touching, I don't know how I can say it, but it's like depriving them their livelihoods, for example. So you can see from this picture, it has valleys. So people tend to dig in the valleys because the topsoils have been washed away into the valleys, and those valleys are fertile. So people tend to dig around that. But if you see that, it's within the 100-meter buffer zone. And then us is to advocate that they leave these buffer zones so that they remain intact, and as well as for the hydropower plant is to have smooth flows to avoid the siltation of those machines. Like 2 years back, one of the turbines got destroyed because of the siltation, even other things. Yeah. So at least some of the achievements that we have done, the demarcation, you can see the concrete pillar in the down picture, and then also we took that picture in July. we had the representative from Serengeti, we had joint monitoring and evaluation of the project, but as well as also we had engagements with the communities on the CSR, corporate social responsibility. And within that meeting, these communities were asked to plan for 180 millions as profits from the generation of the hydropower. And this is due to the activities that we do as well as with the ministry. Yeah? So we have seen a lot of achievements. People, the attitude is changing, but however, we still have some challenges. Some other people are still doing the burning, the farming within the buffer. You can see here, it shows the cycads have been cut down because people want to do farming. So there are a lot of challenges, but also us as Join for Water, what we recommend is that with also other implementing partners, I think also Water for People, indeed indicate some challenges or recommendations. Also us is to work with these communities, change their attitudes, educate them on the 100-meter buffer, and then also ensure there is balance between nature and then also the people, the communities. For example, if we say that people should move out from the 100-meter buffer zone, but what other alternatives do we give to these communities? Otherwise, if we don't bridge that gap, the balance between nature and the communities, like their livelihoods, those guys will go back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, George. And this is an opportunity for more learning and collaboration. So it's presented by Rika. Welcome, Aisha.
Good afternoon, dear members. Once again, my name is Aisha Faith Nankanja. I am from Rural Water Initiative for Climate Action. We are a community-based organization located in Impiji. I must say, I don't know if in our NGO world or civil society there are startups, but yeah, we are a young organization. But we are doing our best to implement best practices in IWRM, as well as joining the Nexus to WASH. Our niche is WASH, indeed. However, we have a strong impact that we are doing. I mean, we have activities that we do in the area of environment conservation, because we believe environment conservation plays a big role on water conservation. Dear members, protecting ambient water quality is essential to guaranteeing a healthy life of humans and the ecosystem. Some of the work that we are doing, we have looked out for partnerships that can support us as an organization to implement climate change initiatives. We can call it climate action. One of the projects that we are working towards implementing is the World Water Quality Alliance, which is an auspices of the UNEP. It's a research project on water quality testing, whereby this team of members have developed testing technology, water quality testing technology, and they are looking out for ways how we can test the quality of water, looking out at parameters of emerging concerns like agrochemical contaminants in water sources, both surface water, groundwater, and drinking water. So this technology, we shall be the implementing partners of this for this team who have developed the technology, and we have so far mapped out sampling points, but we have not done this alone. We have involved the Ministry of Water and Environment. The Water for Production department has been very helpful in helping us to identify the sampling points where we can be able to collect surface water for testing, because due to the irrigation works that take place in the different sites. And of course, we find that can be chemical contamination of the agrochemicals, and this we find that chemical contamination can have a big impact on human life and the ecosystem health. So what we have done, like I've mentioned, the water sampling sites and methodology. The methodology is the Gems of Water Twister technology. The Gems of Water is the global environment monitoring systems for water. We have also carried out qualitative study on local solutions to water purification. This has been support given to us by through Young Water Solutions. We have been able to work with local communities to carry out affordable solutions to drinking water through purifying drinking water and setting up community filtration centers, whereby the communities are able to come and collect easily accessible and affordable ready-to-drink water. We've also, through our One Health approach, which is the interconnectedness of human health, animal health, and environment health, we have been able to engage communities, youth groups, towards environment conservation activities like tree planting. We have planted over 20,000 trees in the past, since last year to date. Just this past weekend, we have been in Bududa. We have planted trees in the Mount Elgon National Park in the Sume microcatchment, Bukalasi sub-county in Bududa district, and the major sites were landslide scars and the degraded national park belts. The number of trees we planted this weekend were 4,000 seedlings. We worked with 70 volunteers, farmer groups, schools, and the youths from the universities. Just in Panga Forest in Impiji district, we planted 10,000 tree seedlings last year. Members, I submit to you that we had a survival rate of the tree seedlings at 72%. As I speak now, our forest is growing, not just tree seedlings, but an entire forest, and degraded forest land cover has been restored, and this directly impacts to the water quality and the water availability of our people, right from the grassroots level to the national level. I would like to mention about the World Water Quality Alliance Conference that will be aimed at demonstrating that local communities are key in addressing global water-based challenges. Those members who like to attend online participation will be live on WebEx of the Constance University of Applied Science from 28th November to 1st December this very year. Dear members, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rika. Rika is also the secretary to this thematic working group. And in the interest of time, you've seen us, you have heard from us, and we are still around. You could ask more questions, but let me call Patrick to take us in the next discussion. Thank you.
Give them a round of applause. I think that was a fantastic presentation, considering that we have just come out from lunch, but you are able also to keep us glued to you and see what is going on. I did not struggle, and I was worried, but thank you so much, and everybody, I'm sure, was energized to listen to you, because what you are saying matters a lot, but also your execution was good. Thank you so much once again. And now, we are going into a panel discussion. I'm going to invite the panelists to come and take their seats right in front here. I will give them 5 minutes each to make their submission, probably with a question that we'll be able to answer. And after that, we shall have a plenary session where you have to engage them. But also remember, we have had a lot of discussion here going on, so I'm sure you have some questions for the previous presenters here. Also keep them so that you can have one plenary after the panelists have made their presentations. So may I invite Nankunda Doreen, District Woman Councillor and Secretary of Production, Natural Resources and Commercial Services, Kitagenda District Local Government. Please, let's welcome Nankunda with a round of applause. Our next panelist is a senior water officer Directorate of Water Resources Management at the Ministry of Water and Environment, Engineer Annette Kezia Nantongo. Our next panelist is Deputy ED, the Environment Shield, also Civil Society Coordinator of SDG 15, Head of the Environment and Climate Change Thematic Working Group at the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, Robert Turiakira. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you, Dr. Nantongo, Engineer Nantongo, and Doreen. So I think I'm going to begin with you, Engineer Nantongo, because from the Minister of Water and Environment, from where you sit, what is the Minister of Water and Environment doing to address the challenges that we face? I'm giving you 5 minutes, and then after we'll go to Doreen, and then end with Robert. And after that, we shall have a session of question and answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara, for the question. The Ministry of Water and Environment is doing a number of things in order to restore the river banks that have been degraded. Of course, first and foremost, there are policies for restoration and protection of these river banks, basically to ensure that these river banks are protected from the challenges of climate change, from the shocks like floods, also to ensure that these rivers, the water quality of the rivers is restored, as well as to protect the communities that live around them. So I'll give my experience of a project that we've been implementing on climate change resilience and adaptation called Eureka, where we have actually had a community-led approach to restoration of these river banks. So we basically brought the people together and took them through sensitization about this riverbank degradation. What is the problem? What would actually result into this degradation? And after all that sensitization, we went ahead to train them on what needs to be done. So we worked with the communities similar to the catchment-based approach that Kalisa was talking about earlier on, where we formed or we developed what we call riverbank restoration and management plans. And these restoration and management plans were prepared by the communities, but with guidance from us. So once these plans were prepared, we then went ahead to form small committees that are in charge of ensuring that these plans are well implemented and are actually followed up to the end. So once these plans were in place, we went ahead and implemented interventions from these plans. So we demarcated the riverbanks, the extent of the riverbanks, and this demarcation is done by the communities themselves. We only support them with maybe a bit of lunch, and that's it. Because remember, they prepared the plans themselves. So we went ahead and demarcated the riverbanks, and then both using concrete pillars and live markers, and then restored them by planting bamboo to strengthen these riverbanks. So in addition to this, we realized that the reason why people are coming down to these riverbanks is in search for fertile soils, because the uplands are degraded. And so we now also try to restore the uplands so that people can go back and use the uplands for farming. So we implemented soil and water conservation measures. We constructed water harvesting structures so that the water and the fertile soil stays upland, so that the farmer does not have to come down to the riverbanks to degrade it. So it was a combination of issues, or a combination of measures. So the other aspect is that people are going down to the riverbanks, basically looking for water, looking for fertile soils, and for survival at the end of the day. So we formed what we call water and environment cooperatives. These water and environment cooperatives are a forum where we bring all the people along the riverbanks that were initially degrading together.
Engineer, if you may stop there, because I understand there's supposed to be a 100-meter buffer zone, right?
The 100-meter buffer zone.
Is that really understood by the people? Like they cannot cultivate there? Because I can imagine somebody's ancestral land, maybe they have been drawing water on the river and cultivating up the river, and now you come with the policy of 100-meter. How is that being appreciated?
So the buffer zone of 100 meters is actually for the big rivers, the gazetted big rivers like River Nile, River Rizi. But for the smaller rivers, it is about 30 meters. And when I mentioned that initially we had to sensitize people and let them know that it's actually in their interest that they are far away from the rivers. Because if we look at the shocks of climate change right now, the rises in water levels, the flooding, if they stay within the buffer zone, they'll be definitely destroyed. I think we've seen cases in the recent past where the lake levels have gone up and people's houses have been destroyed and people have lost their lives. So this is something that really we are working on in terms of changing the minds of people and letting them know that moving away from these riverbanks is actually in their interest. But we also allow them to do some activities that are friendly to the environment. For example, if there are trees planted along the riverbanks, we can have apiary, for example, that can be done within those trees. Yeah, so that is the 100 meters, your question, well, is that the 100 meters is for the big rivers. Yes, so I was still telling you about our approach of forming the water and environment cooperative societies. These cooperative societies bring together the different people that are actually were initially degrading the river. And with those water and environment cooperative societies, we've given them seed money in form of a revolving fund where people can be able to borrow some little money and pay it back with a small interest rate, or rather interest fee, and then they are able to implement activities that are friendly to the environment. For example, fish farming, apiary, goat rearing, and we've trained these people on how to do these income generating activities, how to make money from them, and so this is how we've been able to implement the restoration of these river banks. Thank you.
A round of applause for Engineer Natongo. Okay, so I think now, Doreen, if we could do, in your opinion, and with the practical examples of the work your district is doing in Impanga catchment area, what are some of the key successes you have registered in implementing bylaws on buffer zone protection? And you know, this is a place I know very well. I was in Kicheche the other day and Cabo Jogera. So let me hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. A lot has been presented by the civil society that we are working with back in Kitagwenda. I will not take you back to the history of Umpanga, but I will go straight to the challenges according to what they have presented. Mpanga initially was encroached so much that the situation was so much worrying before the implementing partners came in. But when they came in, they hoped us, especially on the funding side, the fact that the Natural Resource Department is not funded as it should be. And I think the government has forgotten one thing, that we depend on nature. If the nature is good, the sickness is not there, it may be there, but minimal. We have food, but when it comes to funding, the funding is small. So with the little funding we are getting from the civil society and the private sector, I don't know whether we have some private sectors here, but they've played a big role back to my home in supporting us in restoration of River Mpanga. Right now, when you go to Mpanga, we have restored the river. We had to go through community sensitization, which was a success. Because initially these people came and thought they would do it by force, but it could not work out. So the community was engaged, the leaders were brought on board, the implementing partners came in to facilitate on issues to do with small finances, to do with paperwork, and people were brought on board. We had about 111 encroachers. They were profiled. Then we managed to talk to those people, and about 90 people have left. We have a few people that have remained. As I speak now, we have about 4 people who have insisted not to move for reasons that one of my members here mentioned, like you cannot push them. And as a district, what we are trying to do, we have written to them a number of times, and we have decided to go to court because we've given them ample time. And the last community dialogue we had with the community, they were threatening to go back because they were giving an example. If a well-to-do person can remain in the buffer zone, how about me who was left willingly and I don't even earn anything? And how we managed to succeed on this, people who left willingly were given an alternative source of livelihood like apiary. They were given fruit trees like mangoes, oranges, and right now, like the moderator said, if you came to Kitagwenda, I believe it is an area where you can get mangoes and oranges. So people have income, they are comfortable. River Mpanga powers into Lake George, and it is a breeding area for Lake George. So we had to educate these people that if they would go for fishing. So we educated them. They have minimized. There was a lot of bush burning, a lot of cycads. We have a group, they call themselves cycad village. They have shown them that from these cycads we can make good paper bags. They look so beautiful. And they are also now ongoing to training these people so that they can make paper bags and earn a living from them. As well, we have also, as a district, like he said, there was less generation of power, but right now we can generate more. And of course, that is local revenue. I mean, that is local revenue to the district in a form of I'm forgetting that name, how they call it, but in a form of let's say social corporate responsibility. And previously, I think it is just like 3 weeks back, we had a team from Serengeti. They were appreciating the work that we've done. And now they're going to construct schools for us because we have supported them in restoration of this river Mpanga. We have a conservation committee. This is a committee where we have put the CSOs, we have put the local leaders, we have also put the community members with the help of the CSOs that we have on the ground. So people at the area believe so much in their own than these people who come from above and start telling them stories. We came up with bylaws that went through council. We approved them. And we went ahead to translate them to their local language that they understand. And they were put back on the notes boards at the sub-county level. We have run them over the radios. And people have appreciated the beauty of restoring River Mpanga. We have opportunities because of what we have done. These are the successes. Even the Ministry of Water and Environment is tapping water from our site, and our people will be benefiting in the extension of water in their homes. And I cannot leave this place without thanking Join for Water and other civil society for the great work they've done for us. We have water extensions done by these people, and this has also helped us, these people, not to go and encroach on the buffer zone. Why? If one went to the buffer zone, it would mean they would make a damage there in form of open defecation, maybe also destruction of nature. But now that they cannot go there to fetch water, it has also somehow helped us. Amidst all this, we have challenges. Like I said, the Natural Resources Department, I came to realize that there is no funding at all. They do not have means of transport, and they have a big area to cover. I also came to realize that we do not have the natural resources persons on the sub-county level. So it means one at the district has to run up to the parish. So, and this person is not facilitated in terms of transport or even enough fuel to run the activities of the district. Then also the other challenge that we have, which we feel the government should address, is these people who call themselves the big fish. They cannot live. It is a challenge. The others cooperate, and these ones do not, so they make the whole project fail. Then the other challenge that I may put across is there is what we would call a draft environment protection ordinance, but the process of developing it is very expensive. And as a district, we cannot afford. How I wish the Ministry of Water and Environment could come up on easing such processes. Then the other challenge that we have is the Ministry of Water and Environment, or even the responsible institutions, have not come up clearly to tell us exactly how many meters one should keep from the buffer zone. Like we have gone to the court before, and one challenges us. You will find that here they say 30 meters, here they're saying 40 meters, then here 100 meters. So you can easily be challenged in court, and as a district you fear. If you lost in court, what happens? You see? So I would really request the government as well that as much as we are doing all this, we need their support. It may not be financial, but also to come out clearer and give guidelines to these people. I thank you so much. If there is any question for me, I will welcome it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Doreen, for your submission. And yes, now let's go to the Deputy ED, the Environment Shield, also Civil Society Coordinator of SDG 15. Apparently in Uganda, we have about 70 CSOs registered to carry out activities in the thematic areas of water, sanitation, and hygiene. The question is, in your opinion, as the current lead for the thematic working group on SDG 15, what are some of the challenges the sector is facing in implementing sustainable practices on buffer zone protection for climate change resilience? And in your perspective, what are some of the key recommendations to the sector in addressing these challenges? If you can do that in 5 minutes, then they will engage you in a question and answer session.
Okay, thank you so much, Patrick. You know, Patrick, some of us who listen to your shows, you're always very tough. So I was being sympathetic with the engineer here when you were putting on the spot, as if this had turned into a spot on the hot seat show. But good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Riachira, and as Ndugu Kamara has introduced me, in the morning, those who are with us, Kamara made a very important mention that we should leverage on the role of the fourth estate. And indeed, after making that statement, I posted on my social media platform, and I said that, and I want to quote, the critical role played by civil society has never been as more relevant as it is today, especially at a time when we need to amplify the voices of the ordinary citizens. We call for an inclusive participation in the global transformation agenda. Now, if any person was doubting the work of civil society, the people who presented this afternoon, the people who made those PowerPoint presentations, the incredible work that civil society is doing on the ground, you have been answered. So I would want to say that the protection of the buffer zones is not only the work of government, but also the work of civil society. The previous speaker said that we, as civil society, we have to hold the government accountable. But I want to say that that has since changed, because we look at ourselves as stakeholders, key stakeholders, that we have to work together from a strategic approach. The first thing that we do, and of course, from a leadership position, the key role of civil society is highlighted in the Constitution of Uganda, which is Article 38, that our work is to complement the work of government. And to that extent, be able to carry out advocacy, be able to carry out awareness. Because remember in the morning when someone was asking the Honourable Member of Parliament, Roland, that how could he provide the solution without actually making sure the people understand the problem? So for us as civil society, the cutoff point is to ensure that we, first of all, demystify this elephant called climate change, be able to make the people, the ordinary citizens, understand this thing called buffer zone. Because there's an information gap, and you find that in most cases, our people, our ordinary citizens, don't understand some of these things. You see, Kamara was asking about the 100 meters. Some of the people you find settling in some of those places actually do not know about these things. You have heard from our honorable councillor from Chitagwenda. She's actually really telling the story on the ground. So for us as civil society, our work, first of all, is to be able to monitor government programs, but also be able to document and report this work. As you have seen the presentations our people have actually just shown, we are really focusing on how, first of all, what is this buffer zone? We are looking at the area which is just adjacent or just around the protected area, around the water resource. And that's what we are really looking about. And the most important, Patrick and colleagues, is that we must understand the issue of ecological stability, ecological equilibrium, ecological health. That the moment you tamper any area around the protected area, around the water resource, then you are going to now tamper with the entire ecosystem of the resource that we are talking about. So first of all, the first point is to carry out awareness, be able to see that our people understand some of these issues. But also, as I said, partner with government, because there has been a big problem, and I am happy that now with our trend, that problem is now being solved. Previously, there's a love and hate relationship between civil society and government, where government doesn't hear what civil society is saying, where also civil society is fond of bashing government. But we're trying to create a bridge to say that we all work together as stakeholders. You remember in the morning when Mariam was talking about the NDC, which is the National Determined Contribution, many of us were not aware of this. So by carrying out awareness, disseminating this information, for example, the issue of the Climate Change Act, the Climate Change Policy, the NDC, which is recently updated and revised by the Ministry of Water and Environment under the Climate Change Department, is a very, very big role that our people need to appreciate. But the other point also is that we're also taking root is the issue that you have had going to court. The Constitution of Uganda empowers civil society as citizens to actually have the power to go to court under public interest. Those of us who have been following our work under our work on the Bugoma Forest, the reason why we went to court to challenge some of these actions by the developer around the Bugoma Forest is that because the Bugoma Forest is a catchment area, it is an ecologically fragile and sensitive area which houses most of the biodiversity and provides water resources. So we went to court as the Environment Shield and as the Uganda Law Society and also as the Resource Rights Africa, trying to make sure the government must take the watchdog role under NEMA. And I want to say, those who have been following the news, NEMA has just issued a directive just right now, directing the developer, Hoima Sugar Limited, to actually ensure that they protect that area under Chukube district. That's the work of civil society. We may have probably been seen as busybodies by going to court, but now our work is actually paying off. So that is what we have to do, and we must not sit back.
In fact, some people have actually even paid by getting arrested.
Absolutely.
Because of the same.
Yes.
People like Venex.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So in light of what he's saying, you know, civil society represent the voices of the ordinary citizens. And we should not sit back. We should actually play a proactive role and be able to see that we bridge that gap. The last bit is the integration of sustainable development goals with the National Development Plan and also the government programs. You mentioned me as the coordinator of the SDG 15. That is true. SDG 15 is life on land. Members, you need to understand that Uganda is a signatory to the Agenda 2030, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And for us as a network, which is looking at the area of water and sanitation, we look at SDG 16, but when you're talking about life on land, then you're talking about what we call the planet SDGs. SDG on climate action, SDG on 14 on life underwater, and also life on land, terrestrial life. So we must be able to see how do we preserve this ecological system, but also in an integrated manner by looking at what government has put in place. Because when you look at, for example, NDP3 Kamara, government has put up a very comprehensive plan how it can be able to respond to some of these interventions. And we as key stakeholders as civil society, this is our role to ensure that we amplify these voices, but also take proactive actions. So what are the challenges? Number one, there's a problem of funding. I'm happy my sister has talked about it. We as civil society have been so much relying on external funding. Now, I am very happy and so excited that the network, WatchNet, is actually trying to see that we bring ourselves together and be able to do joint resource mobilization. Because, colleagues, when you see some of these external funders, the money they give us is money mobilized by their citizens. So if we mobilize ourselves, we can mobilize the resources through our citizens. The moment they appreciate that we are doing incredible work, we are actually promoting the work that affects them. The other aspect also we must focus on is we must create more awareness. More awareness. People from government, you pass out these very good documents, very good laws, very good policies, but they remain on paper. The reason why ordinary citizens don't participate is because they are not aware of that. So we must make sure that members of the communities are aware of some of these things. I'm happy with the working with Parliament. I was so happy when members of Parliament were here. We must work with the government entities, Parliament, local communities, engage local leaders, elected leaders, the local councillors, cultural institutions, religious leaders. These are very, very, very critical people that we can mobilize and form a critical mass towards sustainable development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Doreen. And thank you, Dr. Nantongo. So this is the moment when you have your say. You know, like they're saying, we started, when we were beginning, I was telling you about River Ruizi. And the challenges faced by River Ruizi are the same, I think, facing Impanga. And I always worry for the people of Mbarara City, which is growing every day. And the river that is serving them is now just a trickle. And I'm sure it's because the buffer zone has been decimated up in the hills of Buweju and Busheng. So I don't know where else they're going to get water from. Maybe Katonga, which is on the border with Tanzania, or maybe some lake somewhere. Okay, this is when you have to ask questions, give us your ideas. Maybe if you have a different view from what they have told us, you can also tell us so. And let the views be exchanged in this auditorium. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, moderator. My name is Paul Rima. I work for an organization called Networks as executive director. My comment relates to what the experts, the panelists, have been talking about, and a little bit of what we listened to earlier, like degradation of the ecosystem, and a bit of what we had in the morning about the impact of climate change on WASH. Now, colleagues, I'm inclined to think that climate change is a new phenomenon, a relatively new phenomenon, which has just come with its devastating effect. But it found us with inherent challenges and problems that maybe we had failed to manage. There has been, for example, degradation of the ecosystem. Whether climate change or no climate change, it was there. Climate change found it there. So how much did climate change add? Now, if we have to relate this to WASH, communities have challenges with water, whether climate change or no climate change. Climate change is a phenomenon which has come to add to problems which were already inherent in the community. If you look at, for example, sanitation, people are practicing open defecation, whether climate change or no climate change. So what are the reasons underlying that before we think about climate change?
But you know, as humanity, we're supposed to be progressing. I am told in the 60s and 70s and somewhere in the 80s, something like open defecation in some community was not even heard of.
Yes.
So are we as a people losing our values? Because how are we even getting? We're supposed to be progressing. Are we going backwards? I don't understand.
Yes.
Because are we going back to Stone Age? Because if in the 60s, if the Mukungu came and if there was a Gomborola chief or a parish chief was visiting, for heaven's sake, you have to have a drying rack, you have to have a toilet, pit latrine, you have to have, a nguli, all those things were supposed to be there, and they were observed. So what's wrong with us who seem to be a humanity in Uganda that is walking backwards?
Okay. The reasons for what you are talking about is that at that time, the Uganda population was relatively small. Extension services were effective. People were there. Extension services were there. Laws were applicable, were easy to apply, unlike the case today. Today you may find you have an LOC chairman who respects the electorate. He cannot enforce things, which was not the case in the past. And there are many other reasons. Let me continue with my presentation. So if you look, for example, what is happening in towns, Kampala and other towns, they have no capacity to collect solid waste and manage it effectively. Whether climate change or not climate change. It was there, they have failed. Now climate change is just add to what is already inherent. Now my question, where I want experts, I know we have experts in this room. Would it be necessary, for example, for us to quantify the level of degradation, of the level of the challenge before climate change and the reasons for it? And then also quantify what climate change is adding. You may find that actually climate change is adding very little. The problems are already inherent in the community and we fail to manage them. And we're now trying to blame climate change. Yes, it has a portion of the blame, but maybe the fraction is small. So maybe experts should help us to quantify this, that this is what is inherent.
Whom do you want to answer the question?
Experts
Sure.
around, it may not be. I've seen experts here.
Okay, even in the auditorium.
From
Okay.
UNICEF, from...
All right, sir.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamala.
You're
Those
welcome.
are my concerns. Sir.
Let's get some more views. And we have a gentleman at the back. Please rush a microphone to him. Please keep it precise and concise so we get more views in here. Because if you take more than a minute, it will be difficult for me to have more people contribute.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Tako Edema George. Okay. Yeah, I work for a CBO as the executive director, and this CBO is Nile Women in Development Initiatives. Why I'm working for that organization is because I'm pertinent on women issues. Because any development and all this that we are talking, actually is the woman who is more vulnerable. I want to draw one thing. I think one of our participants, Natongo, made a presentation. I think it was very nice. The issue of forming committees, and she has said that the committees that have actually formed in order to conserve Mpanga stream consists of GSOs and the DSOs and whatever in the districts. This CBO, which I'm talking about, is operating in Obongi Town Council, Obongi District. Obongi District is one of the districts that is carved from Moyo District, and that is in West Nile. And it is one of the districts that is hosting the biggest number of refugees. Yesterday, when I was crossing to Ajumani to travel for this workshop, I crossed the River Nile. And one thing which is very amazing, which I have never witnessed before, is that there is a river, a stream that originates from Zoka Forest, that pours its water into River Nile. Yesterday when I was crossing, it had rained. This, I'm bringing it as an example to one of our colleagues, the one from Ministry of Water and Environment, who is an engineer. What happens is that these ecosystems, which he was talking about, like for example, Zoka Forest, is a key ecosystem. Because when you come to West Nile, the parts of Ajumani Moyo, When you are on the eastern side, most of the streams on the eastern side are pouring water into River Nile. While those ones which are on the western side are letting water away from the Nile. And that is a key source of livelihood for people. But what I was amazed about was that the color of the water that was pouring into River Nile was actually completely very red. What is the implication? The implication is that the ecosystem, the catchment area for that stream, which is Zoka Forest, is highly degraded. Now, when this happens, I have carried a research, I have undertaken a research within the industrial area here that connects to Masison Bay. Now, all those activities actually results to high levels of pollution of these waters. I have been interfacing with the water mission. What is the implication? The implication is that water treatment costs normally tend to be very high. And that has an implication also water pricing by national water and sewage corporation. So now what happens is, why I'm drawing that attention is that when you come to West Nile, in West Nile we don't have industrial parks. Mr. Kamara, I want to bring this one very clearly. Sorry. Yeah, because this is the point to take. It's the point to take that I want to emphasize. When you come to West Nile, we don't have industrial parks. But you will see a number of, you will see a number of cranes.
You've taken quite a number.
Sorry. So when you come to, yes, let me complete this.
Okay, just before you complete, because for us, Zoka Forest has been destroyed by people who are encroaching on it and cutting trees. Some of them, I'm told, are bigwigs.
That's what I'm drawing.
In places of leadership.
Yes,
in this
that's
country.
what I'm
not
saying.
Sure, but I've heard about that.
You will testify to me that in West Nile there are no industrial parks. But when you see the number of cranes in West Nile that are loading
in
logs.
Obongi,
yes,
in West Nile, you have refugees who have come in some districts in West Nile, and I'm told the number is about to surpass the numbers of the local.
Exactly.
And now, that means all of you are utilizing the environment like you have always done. But now it cannot sustain because the numbers are big. So those are challenges that are unique. You have people encroaching. You have an influx of refugees who are also, living off the environment like anybody else. And soon, perhaps, you're even going to fight amongst yourselves. God forbid.
Okay. Yeah. So you find those who are logging this forest, like the Zoka forest, are well protected. They are well protected. Some of them, even in the forest reserves, they are soldiers who are protecting them.
All right, okay. We shall need Robert to respond on issues of human rights defenders. How do you defend the rights defenders, especially if those against them are big and protected, powerful and famous and all that kind of stuff? Thank you so much, brother from Obongi. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the moderator. I would also like to thank the previous and the current presenters who have helped us drive the house in the evening. Thank you for that elaborate and extensive work you have done. It's really amazing to know how much you are doing and how great you commit. I just came to realize that within the house there is knowledge, there are solutions within the house, and there are also opportunities for us to partner in the house. If only as CSOs we appreciate and agree that we are not competitors, but we are complementers, we would walk a long way. Because when my brother Robert here presented about KISA, Robert Kisa presented about IRR doing issues of water catchment in Teso. I realized that Weltunga Ilfe is also doing water catchment in Lokere. At the end, Lokere stretches up to Teso. And I even wonder whether you have ever met someone from Weltunga Hilfe who is currently forming the Water Catchment Management Committee, and you discuss some issues around the management and resolve. I like what you have said in your presentation. It's just the low-hanging fruits that we need to discover. Which ones do you pick first before you go up? So if we get those low-hanging fruits to start with, we realize that we don't need a lot of money to change the world. But our thinking only needs to be changed. Because people think in billions, in millions, but even thousands can begin changing as long as you empower the local people to know why they are doing what they are doing.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And you know what he's saying is very true. Sometimes we can sit in these auditoriums and halls in a five-star hotel and make a lot of sense. But sometimes we are making sense to ourselves. We need to make sense to the people around Impanga. We need to make sense to the people around Awoja Bridge and all these places. That is when, I suppose, in my view, real change can happen. We can sit here and talk, but let's not only talk to ourselves, but talk to them. People like Doreen who are on the ground, if they can, and others, to engage the people to understand what the issue is all about. Okay. Yes, Madam Edie.
Thank you very much. Really, before I dwell on what I was going to say, I want to acknowledge what our colleague from Wotang has just mentioned. When we hear such statements, I think for us, we just feel that, okay, at least our role is being done and appreciated. So thank you so much, and hope by the end of the 3 days, many of us will leave this room when we feel that way, that has been a learning opportunity, a networking and partnership opportunity. What I want to mention, first of all, our moderator, Mr. Kamara, we need to acknowledge the presence of our commissioner from the Liaison Department, Minister of Water and Environment. Mr. Epitu, you're so welcome. Thank you for honoring our meeting. In relation to his presence and also our colleague from the ministry, first I want to thank also the leadership of the thematic working group. It has been a rich session. But I just hope and pray, when you listen to all the discussions, they rotate around one main thing, one main challenge, which even in the morning was raised. It was tabled to the members of parliament, tabled to us as civil society and to government, the issue of enforcement. When the question was tabled to the Minister of Water and Environment, I thought that would be the main, focus. So, is if you can, because by the end of the third day, we want, what are your key acts, what are your key areas that you're going to focus on, we as the civil society within that thematic area. And I really want to nail the issue of enforcement. We have our commissioner here, we have our representative, and more I think will be coming. We have our colleagues, from the management zones. So please, as stakeholders, as civil society, let's commit to find a way of how we are going to address the issue of addressing the issue of enforcement, if we are to tackle the challenges around climate change and the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think you also, chairperson of the board, had an issue to respond to.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara. And thank you very much to the thematic working group. I think you are raising very pertinent issues. Very, very pertinent issues. I have two quick comments or questions. And the first one goes to Doreen. You said when the big fish refused to leave, you went to court. It's very rare to hear a local government actually going to court. Litigation is very, very expensive, even to a non-local government institution. If you have some time, could you share your experiences on that? What exactly is happening? Because going to court, trying to get the big fish out, where do you get the money? Are you getting lawyers that are doing pro bono? How are you handling that and the different processes? You still, Doreen, you mentioned that you're working on an ordinance, but it's very, very expensive. Of course, it's very expensive. In IRC, we have been working for some time with the Kabarore District Local Government to develop a sanitation ordinance. It's not a straight cut and paste kind of process. It goes round and round and round because it's an ordinance. It's a law at that level. And it's about partnering with the local government, but also partnering with other partners to pull it off. But I think for me, the most, in terms of experience, the big lesson there is if the local government is on board and is interested, we as civil society, we cannot do that, but we can facilitate processes and support those processes. So please don't give up. Reach out to the different partners in the district, but also make sure that the elected representatives in the district are really on board to pick it up and run with it. Then lastly, issues of enforcement. Enforcement is just one small bit in a whole building block on regulation. If we are not involved and engaged in regulation broadly, it's very hard to even talk about enforcement. So let's take some steps back. What are our capacities in regulation and engaging with regulation? What is our understanding of regulation? What work have we done on regulation? What capacities do we have? Because regulation is a specialty, whether it is in environment or climate change or water or sanitation. So I think as civil society organizations, you can't just pick out one small thing called enforcement from a bigger basket. I think we need to look into ourselves first. To be able to scream enforcement, and you don't even know the laws. You don't know what the policies are. This morning we had a very good test on the NDC. Of course we said, Mariam, you're not sharing what. Government by nature is not a sharing institution. With all due respect, my commissioner, you are here. We engage with government. We push government. We request government. We cajole. We lobby. We influence. And then we can get, especially information, especially the data. So we need to look into ourselves, our own strategies, and how we are using those strategies to engage. Regulation is their docket. It's a government docket. Many of us don't even know how government operates. Because we wake up and say, we are doing this, we got this money from our donors, but we don't even understand especially how government operates. And I'm not belittling anybody. I go through that. Right now, Commissioner, you know very well, we spent over 5 years, just trying to get the revised water policy out. 4 years talking about a policy. That is how government works. But we can push a little bit. Because we are part of the basket, we have to look for a way to do, in IRS we call it invocacy. You are part of it. So you can't stand outside there and start screaming and throwing stones. No, you'll be throwing stones and attacking yourself. Since we are part of that basket, and government is there, we go to Commissioner and say, Mr. Commissioner, this thing has really delayed. What is the problem? Up to now, we are still talking revising a policy, and therefore revising the act. It's stuck somewhere. We need to pull it out. Thank you, Mr. Kamara.
Thank you so much for your contribution. And so, I'm going to take one more, and then we can have the panelists respond. Each one of them will get a minute. So if there isn't any more contribution from the audience, then I can, Robert, you want to go first? Okay, please give the microphone to Robert. We're almost coming to the end. of our today's meeting.
Thank you so much, Kamara, and thank you so much, dear participants, for the very good feedback. I'll just respond to two, which were directed to me. One, about the issue of human rights defenders, which was raised by our colleague from Zoka Forest. I should say that the most endangered species right now is an environmental rights defender. Because if you come out and actually be very strong, she was referring to big fish. I would want to say that the crocodiles, because they are much bigger than the fish, you must put your head out there, you have put it on the chopping board. So it is a very, very, very big challenge. However, someone asked me recently and they say, you human rights defenders, you fight for human rights, but who fights for you? So we don't have anybody who's fighting for us. But because we derive our work from the Constitution, under Article 38, our work is legitimate, is constitutional. We count on the local, on the people, on the citizens to defend us. I know Amanzuru Williams from Friends of Zoka has been having challenges, especially in his battles with the people who are encroaching on Zoka Forest. And it's a big challenge. Everybody, even us who are involved in the fight for Goma Forest, it's a very big challenge when you really come out as a citizen and try to fight for the forest. But because you really you are being driven by passion and you believe in what you're doing, you have to really come out. The good thing, Patrick, is that we are pushing the Human Rights Defenders Protection Bill. You saw me when I was interacting with the Honorable Cyrus Ogon. He's a mover of that bill to ensure that the rights of human rights defenders are protected. So we hope that the bill will be expedited through Parliament to see that the people who will come out actually are protected. But I want to underscore one very, very important thing. The methodology also matters, because this whole thing of us versus them is becoming outlived. We need to build strategic engagements and be able to see that, because first of all, you must appreciate the environment in which you're operating in and be able to see that you'll be able to create that bit of an atmosphere where you can meaningfully engage. That probably may give more results than being combative and thinking that you will actually succeed. So that's what I would like to advise all defenders, that let us try to be as civil as we can. Let us try to push for strategic engagements that may deliver the results. The other bit is what senior colleague commissioner was raising about the problem might actually be there, and for us we seem to be amplifying the problem. Let me say something. The other day I was on TV and they called in and said, but you, Robert, you're talking about climate change. Were you there when deserts were being formed? Were you there when these things were happening? Why are you trying to create a situation that as if it is happening for the first time? I want to say something, colleagues, that climate change is caused by both natural forces and human activities. And right now, science is very clear that actually the reason why there's this situation that is getting out of hand is because of increased human activities. Number one, the global emissions. Number two, the greenhouse gases. Number three, all these human activities because of encroachment. Encroachment on the wetlands, encroachment on the forest, the deforestation, and all these challenges. So we can no longer bury our heads in the sand. People were denying climate change until recently when they saw these disasters. In a period of just 2 months, we had 4 disasters. One in Mbare, another one in Kapchorwa, another one in Kasese, another one in Mundubuju. 3 of them taking lives of people. This is not a problem we can still gloss over. We must face it and be able to respond to it as a group. Finally, about enforcement and regulation, which our chairperson board has said. I would like to say that you really brought it in a very, very precise way. And colleagues, as stakeholders, we must also get involved, because I am aware that, for example, the Ministry of Water and Environment undertook a process to have the wetland policy and the wetland bill. They had started the process. I don't know why it went. So we as stakeholders, we must get involved and reach out for this information. If, for example, Mariam talks about the NDC, let us look out for it, read it, and inform ourselves. We must be part of the other than being behind, and we are just only lamenting and complaining. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Doreen?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. What I would say about the ordinance on environmental protection, I would say that Kitagwenda as a district, we are one. And at least if there is a community that has learned and understood on the environmental protection, it must be Kitagwenda. One, actually, this month we've had people from the ministry that have gone through about 5 sub-counties, teaching them on the same. And as I speak now, some have started cutting down their trees without being forced because they've learned and they've known. Then, on the court issues, that's why I said that what would happen. Of course, the mitigation, that's what we fear. So we go back and maybe let's write to these people again. Maybe they can cooperate. But on the other hand, we console ourselves. If someone whom we call that they don't understand the climate change, they don't understand the impact they cause when they are encroaching on these buffer zones, can understand and live without being forced. How about this person who has gone to school and actually associates with people who are actually dealing with the environment, can refuse to go? Sometimes we console ourselves, and a number of RDCs actually have come and left handling the same issues. I wanted to comment on something on open defecation. As we are on ground, I would like to challenge my colleague who said there was no open defecation by then. Why is it happening now, yet we are supposed to be developing? Is there open defecation in Kampala? Of course, no. If it is there, maybe you will find that there is a problem, something has happened and things are flowing out, but not open defecation, because we have public toilets. Do we have these public toilets back in the villages? We don't have them. One, you realize that people do not have enough land to build a house and put a toilet. Two, most places, you see, we have a problem of encroachment. Most people are living in areas where they are not supposed to be living. The soils are collapsing. So they cannot have toilets there. They cannot afford eco-san toilets. What is the government doing to help these people? Maybe we have a scenario back in Kitagwanda whereby there is a sub-county which cannot have water because there is a lot of E. coli, because the toilets are supplying directly into the water. So it is not actually open defecation per se, but maybe there is also a problem that needs to be addressed. You will ask me that why can't the local government budget for these public toilets? You know how much the local governments are suffocated. Even the schools do not have toilets. We have to first cater for the schools. We have to first cater for the hospitals. So what am I saying here is as much as we are looking at water, sanitation, hygiene, we should also consider those areas that are affected with open defecation in providing for them open toilets.
Okay.
And this thing will come to an end. I thank you. Then lastly, I would also add, still it is on the same, most people, especially those who are living in fishing areas, they do not have trees. So the building materials are not there, they are expensive. And when we are budgeting at the local government, we look at the funds that we are going to have and see maybe if we can buy trees for these people. My cry also out there is if we could also have a provision of trees. Actually, I thought maybe I would be given a chance when the area MP was here. He would tell me where he got those trees. Maybe also Kitagwenda can have, and also other districts for planting, because we need to plan for them. How do we plan for trees? Yet there are other more pressing issues. So if there are those trees, maybe we can also consider in the budgeting process, a natural resources department is lacking too much. That you're telling them, restore, but what should they restore with? Are you giving them these indigenous trees to plant back? No. You're telling them cut the other trees that you do not want in the buffer zone. But what is the alternative you're giving them to plant back? Can the government at the local, at the district afford to buy these trees? Of course not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doreen. Okay, engineer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very briefly, engineer. Our time is really out of what we thought we could use.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues, for the very good feedback. I'd like to start by commenting on the question by Mr. Paul about the degradation of the ecosystems. You mentioned that it was there in the past, and you wonder whether it's really even an issue. But in the past, yes, there was degradation, and there's continued to be degradation. But the effects of that degradation were not felt at that time, because we didn't have those extreme events caused by climate change. But right now, if there is degradation upland, when the extreme event of rain comes, it sweeps all the soil and you'll have landslides, you'll have flooding downstream. And so the degradation was there, yes, but climate change has actually increased the effects of this degradation. And that is why it is an issue now, and we need to restore the uplands in order to reduce on the degradation downstream. Then I'll go on to the comment from our brother from Obonji. I think, as you mentioned, as we were told earlier on, the Ministry of Water and Environment has taken an approach of catchment-based IWRM, where we are preparing catchment management plans, and then we go ahead to implement them depending on the funding. And this implementation is not done only by the Ministry of Water and Environment, but we come together as partners, and as you saw the presentations that were held earlier on by the CSOs, that's all implementation of catchment management plans. So for West Nile, we already have a catchment management plan for Albert Nile catchment, and already we are implementing in some of the micro catchments of Enyao and Nyagak, where we are actually trying to restore some of these degraded areas. And so there is hope for all these effects to be reduced. My colleague from Lokere, I think, was talking about the low-hanging fruits. Again, these catchment management plans have interventions that can be implemented to restore the catchments and improve the water and related resources. So for Lokere, we already have a catchment management plan in place, and Weltanga is actually one of our partners that are implementing interventions from here. I hope you're aware about that. Yes. Right. Then on the issue of enforcement, the aspect that was raised by the ED UASNet, the ministry has taken, one of the approaches of enforcement that the ministry is taking is actually engagement and sensitization. Like I mentioned earlier on, you find that we are trying to reduce on the force, because even when you use force, people will go back, and you cannot keep guarding and forcing forever. So the approach the ministry is taking is to actually engage, sensitize, and give people alternatives. Because if you engage the people and they're able to understand the concept and they're able to appreciate the concept of why they need to stop degrading, and then you go a step ahead and facilitate them to actually get alternatives, because they are degrading these catchments and degrading these ecosystems because they are looking for survival and they need to survive. So that is one of the approaches the ministry has taken, and we see that it has worked. I remember during this project I was talking about in Kabale, we had a situation where we actually had restored a riverbank, and then one person came and removed a pillar from its place. And the communities know where the pillars are. The community itself took the person to police, without even any intervention of the ministry. So it means that if you've actually touched the mindset of the people and the hearts of the people, then it can be sustainable. Then maybe the last comment I wanted to make was a comment that Madame Jane raised about government not being very good at sharing and communicating. Maybe my commissioner will talk about that, but I just wanted to kind of agree with her. And we do a lot of work in government, but communication is always an issue. Madame Jane is one of the project steering committee members of the project that I was talking about, and she's always having an issue with us. You're doing so much, but where is this information? So we've worked with civil society organizations and other NGOs to help us package this material to be able to communicate it out there. And I think with time, we are getting there.
Engineer.
Thank you very much.
Engineer Annette Ketsia Nantongo, thank you so much. Robert Turiachira, thank you so much. And Nankunda Doreen, I want to thank you. And you who have been participating in this, I also want to thank you for your contributions, for your questions. We have a gentleman where I work, we have called him Challenge. Because every time we go to the meeting, for him he begins saying, the challenge is. So, and you know, and I remember this when the ED talked about, here we have always been talking about the challenges. We need now, beginning tomorrow, the challenge and the solution, at least a probable solution, because it's not enough for us to keep raising challenges. Otherwise, we are not adding value to ourselves. I'm told you have something that is not whiting, but there's a gentleman among us, there's somebody among us that's here, who flew all the way from India to come and attend this. And I think he landed at night, and we would want to give him maybe 10 to 15 minutes. This is Mr. Yatendra Agrawal from Yatendra Agrawal and Associates. Namaste. I was honored to go to your country. I was in Mumbai, I was in Delhi, I was in Haryana, and I touched the Taj Mahal. So please, he's going to take us through. Okay, that's very good. Thank you. Okay, this is getting better now.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are here and have seen this face, how many of you recognize it? The gentleman in front of us here today, maybe if it wasn't him, like I've said, maybe, he wouldn't be here, there wouldn't be USNet. So in brief, he was one of the brains behind the formation of USNet network. He's the former commissioner, maybe commissioner,